Okay. Okay, I think we can go ahead and get started. Good morning. I'm Aaron Yao. I'm the designated federal officer, the DFO for the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee, CASAC. In my role as DFO, I'd like to formally open this public meeting. The CASAC is an independent expert federal advisory committee chartered under the authority of the Federal Advisory Committee Act, FACA. The CASAC is empowered under the Clean Air Act to provide independent advice to the EPA administrator on the scientific and technical bases for EPA's National Ambient Air Quality Standards. FACA and EPA policy require that CASAC meetings be announced to the public in the Federal Register and that substantive deliberations and interactions with EPA and the public be conducted in open sessions where DFO is present to ensure that the requirements of FACA are met. FACA also requires that public meetings provide an opportunity for public comment. There is a public comment period noted on the agenda where members of the public have registered in advance with the SAB staff office to make oral comments. Written public comments have also been received and were distributed to the CASAC and posted on the meeting webpage. Minutes will be prepared to summarize discussions and action items in accordance with the requirements of FACA. I will work with the chair to certify the minutes and have them posted on the CASAC website. The CASAC consists of special government employees appointed by EPA to their positions. As government employees, the members are subject to all applicable ethics laws and implementing regulations. The SAB staff office has determined that advisors participating in this meeting have no financial conflicts of interest or appearance of a loss of impartiality under federal ethics regulations relating to the topic of this meeting. To those watching the live video webcast, please send me an email indicating your attendance. If you had previously requested a call-in number, you do not need to email me again. I would now like to turn the meeting over to Dr. Leanne Shepard, Chair of the CASAC.
Thank you, Aaron, and welcome everyone to this meeting of the CASAC Ozone Panel for the purposes of deliberating on our consensus comments and letter to the administrator, which we developed after our March discussion of the second version of the ozone reconsideration policy assessment. Given we have had several recent meetings and in the interest of time, I'm planning to skip going through panel introductions today. And I will review the agenda, but first I want to turn the meeting back over to Aaron Yao to run the public comments session. And then I'll go over the rest of the agenda and have some more extensive comments about our plans for this meeting.
Okay, so we will go ahead and get started with public comments. We have 5 registered public speakers. We will go in the order of the list of registered public speakers. Our first public speaker will be Joshua Berman. Each of you will have 5 minutes and there'll be a visible and audible timer. So Josh, you can, hold on.
Great, thanks so much. Members of CASAC, thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments today. My name is Josh Berman and I'm speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club. My brief remarks this morning focus on the primary standard and specifically on issues raised in EPA's May 18th request for clarification. I also submitted written comments last week on behalf of the Sierra Club. And while not focusing on those points here now, I hope CASAC will consider the full written comment letter. Sierra Club appreciates the response letter filed yesterday by Dr. Shepard addressing issues raised in EPA's clarification request. Dr. Shepard's response helpfully points out the unevenness of EPA's approach to evaluating the evidence base. EPA is willing to place dispositive weight on the presence and absence of adverse effects in chamber studies, despite CASAC's repeated caution that these studies are not representative of real-world exposures to ozone and other photochemical oxidants, and underestimate the impacts and the adversity of health effects of the same exposures to sensitive populations, such as asthmatics and children. EPA is also willing to rely uncritically on its APEX exposure modeling to project specific numbers of exposures of concern, despite large uncertainties in the modeling approach. For example, the model's efforts to simulate ozone concentration distributions in areas just meeting the 70 part per billion standard are highly uncertain and may not correspond with actual air quality distributions. As Sierra Club previously flagged, given the form of the standard, areas in the United States that meet the 70 ppb standard may have as many as 20 days with 8-hour maximum concentrations of 70 ppb or higher in a single year. The model may not accurately reflect these real-world ozone distributions. In addition, the APEX model assumes limited autocorrelation of individual activities from day to day, and therefore systematically underpredicts ozone exposures for individuals like outdoor workers and children attending summer camps that routinely spend time outdoors. At the same time, while EPA places unquestioning weight on the accuracy and relevance of the chamber studies and APEX modeling, EPA assigns zero relevance to any of the epidemiological studies for purposes of informing the level of the standard. This is despite CASAC's repeated urging in multiple letters to more evenly weight the epidemiological and controlled human exposure evidence. While Dr. Shepard's letter is very helpful in pushing back on this latter point, Sierra Club remains concerned that additional guidance from CASAC will be needed to ensure that EPA does not once again dismiss the wealth of epidemiological studies. In particular, direction from CASAC would be valuable on how EPA should interpret and make use of EPI study results in light of the complex 3-year average of fourth highest 8-hour daily maximum form of the current ozone standard. EPA persistently claims that epidemiological studies conducted in areas that do not meet the current form and level of the standard cannot shed light on an appropriate lower level for the standard. In its consensus responses, CASAC identifies several types of epidemiological studies that it believes EPA can use to inform the level of the primary standard. For example, those that exclude days with high ambient concentrations and those that estimate the concentration response curve using a non-parametric smoother. It would be valuable in its final response for CASAC to further clarify how EPA can use these studies to inform the appropriate level of the standard. For example, CASAC could clarify how the epidemiological studies inform the combinations of ozone level, exposure duration, and level of physical activity that give rise to exposures of concern, which could directly inform EPA's exposure assessment. Additionally, CASAC could point out that the chamber research fails to map directly onto the complicated form of the ozone standard, but is nevertheless relied upon by EPA for identifying ozone exposures, giving rise to adverse effects. In closing, Sierra Club remains hopeful that EPA will heed CASAC's scientific advice about the appropriate weighting of the chamber and epidemiological studies. However, to the extent that CASAC's concerns about EPA's use and interpretation of the chamber and EPI studies are each independently sufficient scientific bases for CASAC's conclusion that the primary standard must be strengthened, it would be helpful for CASAC to clearly state that in its final letter. We are concerned that if EPA disagrees with any element of CASAC's critique, EPA will simply reject CASAC's overall scientific conclusions. Specifying which elements of CASAC's critique are independently sufficient will ensure that EPA grapples with all of CASAC's reasoning. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Josh. Do any panelists have any questions or comments for Josh? And if you do, please raise your hand so I can see. I actually have a comment. Being totally involved in looking at the EPA request for clarification, I last night went back to the 2014 risk and exposure assessment as well as the 2014 policy assessment. And I note that EPA has actually done risk assessments for epidemiologic studies in the past review, including a risk assessment based on the Strickland study, which is one that we have been focusing on in this review. They also did a number in the policy assessment, a number of analyses, reducing cutoff analyses, I think they called them, where they reduced the ozone levels and looked at the concentration response function progressively lower and lower number of days, progressively days with lower and lower maximum concentration. So I just make that comment for the record. All right, thank you. Aaron, I'll turn it back to you to introduce the next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker will be Seth Johnson with Earth Justice.
Hi, good morning. Thanks. Hi, good morning. I'm Seth Johnson, an attorney at Earth Justice. We sent in a short comment last week about the irrelevance of background ozone and costs in the standard setting process. Our comment also contains specific suggestions for maximizing the force of your letter on the primary and secondary standards and highlighting shortcomings in EPA's analysis of the relationship between W126 values and the primary standard. Our specific suggestions for maximizing the effectiveness of your letter include fleshing out or adding certain explanations, like how the controlled human exposure studies on their own or in conjunction with CORIC compel strengthening the primary standard. And these suggestions also include places where you might change the language of the letter to strengthen it. I won't go into detail about our comment, but I'm happy to answer questions if you have any. Instead, I'd like to talk mostly about EPA's request for clarification. As Dr. Shepard's comments posted yesterday acknowledged, Dr. Cork's comprehensive response to one of the requests explains why her study is helpful and reliable, even though it did not, and as an observational study, could not follow all the protocols of a controlled human exposure study. Her response highlights how epidemiological studies provide important data that EPA must rationally consider when it sets the level of the primary standard. The request for clarification also raises questions about relying on the Strickland study. I want to note here a puzzling contrast in EPA's treatment of epidemiological studies and controlled human exposure studies. For EPA, the broader context of whether an epidemiological study occurs in a place that violates the current standard is apparently enough for it to ignore the study engaging the adequacy of the standards level, even if the study examines associations between health outcomes and specific peak ozone concentrations below the standards level. Controlled human exposure studies ignore any broader context and also examine associations between certain health measurements and specific ozone concentrations, yet EPA relies extremely heavily on them in assessing the adequacy of the standards level. EPA's contrasting treatment is hard for me to understand. I want to briefly address one of Dr. Boylan's individual comments shared yesterday. Dr. Boylan would effectively require a risk and exposure assessment in the standard setting process. The Clean Air Act doesn't require this. Nothing in its text demands risk and exposure assessments. In fact, when the NAAQS program was created in 1970, Congress explained that, and I'll quote, "Ambient air quality is sufficient to protect the health of sensitive persons whenever there is an absence of adverse effect on the health of a statistically related sample of persons in sensitive groups from exposure to the ambient air." This test doesn't call for a risk and exposure assessment. And EPA itself has repeatedly cautioned in word and deed against over-reliance on risk and exposure assessments for the primary standard too. In setting the 1979 ozone standard, EPA said, and again I'll quote, "Standards must be based on a judgment of a safe air quality level and not on an estimate of how many persons will intersect given concentration levels." In 1997, 2006, and 2008, in determining the level of the standard, EPA declined to rely on the risk assessments it had performed. For this reconsideration, though, the exposure assessment estimates how many people will intersect given ozone concentrations while breathing hard enough, and the draft policy assessment makes the exposure assessment effectively outcome determinative. Back to EPA's request for clarifications. On the secondary standard, one reason that reliance on the median is problematic is that ecosystems don't necessarily consist of the full range of species with the full range of ozone sensitivities. As our comment notes, EPA must protect against, quote, anticipated adverse effects. It seems reasonable that if the standard only protects half the species against harmful relative biomass loss, adverse effects would be anticipated to occur. For example, in some areas, more sensitive species may predominate. The more species the standard protects, the less likely there will be unprotected pockets of ecosystems. Next, CASAC and EPA appear to be thinking of compounding in different ways. From Dr. Shepard's comments, I understand CASAC to mean something like when high ozone years follow one another, ozone-sensitive species fall farther and more quickly behind where they should have been in terms of biomass gain, which appears to be mathematically correct. EPA may be thinking more along the lines of when one high ozone year follows another, relative biomass loss in the second year is greater than in the first. Thanks for your time. We hope your final letter will follow shortly, and EPA will then be able to conclude this reconsideration by next spring.
Thank you very much. I invite any panelists who wish to ask a question or make a comment. All right, seeing none, I will turn the podium back to Aaron to introduce the next speaker. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, our next speaker will be Shyamala Rajan with American Lung Association.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. I'm Dr. Shyamala Rajan, National Director of Policy for Healthy Air for the American Lung Association. We emphatically support the near unanimous recommendation of this CASAC that the current primary standard be revised to within a range of 60 to 55 parts per billion as warranted by science to adequately protect public health. During this ozone NAAQS reconsideration process, through detailed written and oral comments, we have consistently asked EPA to consider several factors in reaching its policy conclusions. We specifically asked the agency to determine its policy based on evaluation of all relevant published scientific studies, irrespective of study locations, due consideration of epidemiological data with no undue reliance on controlled human exposure studies because of their obvious limitations, consideration of climate change penalty imposed on ambient air quality, cumulative impacts of multi-pollutants and socioeconomic factors in risk assessment, environmental justice and community vulnerability of at-risk populations, and application of adequate margin of safety to protect them. As we have noted previously, EPA's draft policy assessment does not take these considerations into account. We strongly disagree with EPA's conclusion that the current primary ozone NAAQS does not need revision, and therefore no alternative standards need be proposed. EPA's draft policy assessment further does not reflect CASAC's comments and advice based on the committee's robust and comprehensive evaluation of the 2020 ozone ISA, which was further supported by other relevant studies published to date. EPA started its reconsideration process explicitly to ensure a robust scientific review to inform its NAAQS policy. The agency's draft policy assessment does not accomplish this. We also have grave concerns about the agency's publicly stated timeline. EPA is planning to complete this reconsideration process no earlier than the end of 2024. With the CASAC review of the draft policy assessment now nearing conclusion, there's absolutely no justification for EPA to extend the last steps of the process to revise and finalize a policy assessment based on input from CASAC and consideration of public comment, propose a rule with alternative standards based on this final policy assessment, and with public input, finalize the rule. The past ozone NAAQS reviews have shown that these last three steps can be completed within 12 months. Delaying the final decision until the end of 2024 will adversely affect public health, not only in this review, but into the long future. Today, we ask CASAC that in addition to advising the EPA administrator to set the primary ozone standard within a range of 60 to 55 parts per billion, it strongly emphasized to the administrator the urgent need to complete this reconsideration process and to finalize the rule no later than in April 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. Do any panel members have questions or comments for Dr. Rajan? Okay, seeing no hands, I'll turn it back over to Aaron for to introduce the next speaker.
Okay, our next speaker will be John Graham with the Clean Air Task Force.
Good morning. My name is John Graham, and I'm a senior scientist with Clean Air Task Force. We're a global nonprofit to protect public health and the environment from the impacts of harmful air pollution and climate change. As CASAC finalizes its comments on the draft policy assessment for the ozone nets, it's incumbent on the committee to advise the EPA administrator on the scientific basis for both the level of adverse ozone exposures and the form. Declaring a specific level or range of harmful exposures without offering scientific insight into the harm caused by repeated exposures allowed by the form fails to provide the administrator with sufficient information to determine the NACs appropriately. CATF believes the current standard insufficiently protects public health from ozone exposures afforded by the Clean Air Act. Our written comments provide details beyond my statements today. We focus on 3 issues. First, we must recognize that controlled human exposures of 6.6 hours do not automatically translate to the current 8-hour averaging time. Second, the standards form of 3-year average of the 4th highest daily 8-hour average allows too many instances of adverse exposures. Finally, we consider a practical evaluation of the exposure assessment in light of recent evidence of harmful exposure at rest. EPA has suggested that an 8-hour average of 70 parts per billion is below the level of the exposure harm at 6.6 hours of 73 parts per billion, based on Schlegel's 2009 controlled human exposure study. And in 2015, the administrator even suggested the existence of a margin of safety afforded by the current 8-hour average. Those assertions are not supported by the data. CATF reviewed 3 years of data from 30 monitors for the years 2019 to 21. There were 63 days whose 8-hour peak was 70 parts per billion. And then 23 of those days, the 6.5-hour peak embedded within the 8-hour period was 73 or higher. An 8-hour level of 68 parts per billion would more effectively eliminate harmful exposures at 6.6 hours. The current form of the standard allows harmful exposures above the level of the standard. CATF reviewed recent ozone data based on EPA's design value spreadsheets. 1,080 sites had valid design values and 199 locations failed to meet the current NACs of 70. We graphed the number of days over the current standard against the corresponding design values in the range 55 to 75 parts per billion. 37 locations just met the 70 part per billion standard and averaged nearly 4 days per year over that standard. The worst location exceeded the standard more than 6 days per year during the 2019 to 21 period. The frequencies of those levels suggest a high likelihood of harmful exposures on multiple days each year for people living nearby. Functionally, the current form of the standard requires the level to be set 5 to 6 parts per billion below the identified level of harm to limit the number of days at or above the level of the standard once per year. That compares to the prior 1-hour standard that allowed only 1 exceedance annually. In reviewing EPA's exposure assessment in the PA, I suspected the model underestimated adverse exposures. The recent Hernandez study that suggests harm from ozone exposures while at rest implies additional review of the exposure assessment that focused on highly active individuals is required. As simple observational review, I went to the current air quality for airsheds that just met the current standard. In 2019 to 21, 3 metro areas had design values of 70, Cincinnati, Detroit, and Washington, DC. And they had 8, 10, and 16 monitors across the counties and the regions. Based on the locations, which span upwind, downwind, and densely populated urban areas, it seems reasonable to assume that the monitor data fairly represent the span of ozone levels experienced by people living in these cities. CATF reviewed the data from all the monitors in these cities, counting the number of days with 8-hour peaks above 60 and above 70. Inspection of the results can provide a common sense assessment of the likelihood individuals in these cities experience exposures to these ambient levels. On average, there is at least 1 day per year over 70, and as many as 15 days per year over 60. At the worst locations, there are 4 to 5 days over 70 and nearly 3 weeks above 60 parts per billion. Based on this, it seems entirely reasonable to expect a large fraction of people are exposed to at least 1 day a year over 70, and everyone would experience multiple exposures over 60 each year. This compares to EPA's risk assessment for exposures in metro areas that just meet the current standard, where they estimate 0.4% of active children would be exposed to levels above 70, 5% would be exposed to levels over 60, and only 1% of children exposed to levels over 60 more than once. The contrast between the actual number of days over these metrics and the estimated exposures is stark and calls into question the ability of exposure modeling to reasonably determine the number of exposures at various pollution levels. Even in DC, where the average number of days over 60 is 8, it seems unlikely that only 1 in 20 children would be outside in just one of these afternoons, even if we restrict that to being active. In summary, CATF supports a revision to the ozone NACs no higher than 60. The administrator would decide the level of the NACs based in no small measure on the advice of CASAC. Although the administrator has discretion, CASAC's scientific assessment of repeated adverse exposures would provide critical insight in choosing a standard level that adequately reduces exposures to harmful ozone concentrations. Without such guidance, the administrator could choose to set the standard at a level without realizing that the form of the standard will allow frequent exposures above that level. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do any panel members have questions or comments for John Graham? Okay, seeing no hands, I'm going to turn it back to Aaron to introduce our last public speaker.
Okay, our last public speaker will be Emmy Felker Quinn with the National Park Service.
I'm Emmy Felker Quinn of the Air Resources Division National Park Service. The National Park Service appreciates this opportunity to provide comments for consideration by CASAC. This statement builds on the Park Service comments submitted on June 1st and August 29th of last year. In our comments today, we address CASAC's recommendation to the EPA administrator on the decision to retain or revise the current ozone max. Consistent with our previous comments, the National Park Service recommends that a secondary ozone standard based on the W126 metric is the most appropriate way to protect public welfare and to fulfill Park Service legal responsibilities under the Organic Act and the Clean Air Act. In our August comments from last year, the Park Service suggested that EPA and CASAC consider the ozone critical levels published by Lee et al. 2022 in order to decide whether the current standard is adequate for protecting public welfare. The Park Service Air Resources Division has used park species lists and 2021 ozone data from in-park and representative monitors to apply the Lee et al. Ozone critical levels in national parks. This analysis determined the extent of projected biomass loss from sensitive tree species in the national park system. There are 236 park units with at least one tree species sensitive to ozone, in other words, with a critical level of less than or equal to W126 9.2 ppm hours. For the 73 parks with representative ozone monitors and at least one ozone-sensitive tree species, 88% or 64 parks had exceedances of ozone critical levels in 2021. The projected biomass losses for those 64 parks are available in Table 1 of our written comments. As this analysis shows, current ozone levels affect natural resources in many national parks, including 24 of the 48 Park Service Class 1 areas. That's half of Class 1 areas administered by the Park Service. The National Park Service strongly recommends that EPA consider all Class 1 areas in describing the impacts of criteria pollutants such as ozone on the public welfare of protected areas. Class 1 areas such as Joshua Tree, Kings Canyon, Rocky Mountain, Sequoia, and Yosemite National Parks are in ozone non-attainment areas. Projected 2021 ozone impacts on the most sensitive trees in these non-attainment area parks range from 15% loss in Rocky Mountain National Park to between 37 to 48% biomass loss in Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks. The inadequate protection of these Class 1 areas under current EPA policies was not addressed in the ozone REA or PA. As the table submitted in our written comments shows, current ozone levels affect natural resources in both Class 1 and Class 2 national park units, and in both non-attainment and attainment areas for the current ozone standard. The National Park Service supports the CASAC recommendation to strengthen the primary standard for ozone. CASAC recommendations for the primary standard are congruent with the U.S. Department of the Interior's prioritization of environmental justice, developed in response to Executive Order 14008. Previous changes to primary standards have historically resulted in co-benefits, included improved visibility in national parks. In implementing the primary standard, the Park Service urges CASAC to recommend that EPA count exceedances of the primary standard that occur between midnight and 7 a.m. toward the annual design value. Great Smoky Mountains National Park has had hourly exceedances in early morning hours, which have not been counted toward the design value, despite the fact that park programs and operations include nighttime activities. In conclusion, the National Park Service urges the EPA administrator to consider the level of the ozone standard, the implementation of the standard, and the policies used for attainment in reconsidering the current ozone NAAQS. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Emmy Felker-Quinn? Okay, seeing no hands, I will thank all our public speakers for your comments and input and investment in this process. The role of the public is actually very important in the process, so I appreciate you spending your time providing advice to us. So I want to now return to the review of the agenda topic on the meeting. As I mentioned at the beginning, the purposes of our March in-person meeting was to review the revised consideration of the ozone policy assessment, and today we will deliberate on our consensus comments in the letter to the administrator. This is the final step of CASAC's role in the ozone reconsideration that was announced by the agency on October 29th, 2021. CASAC's navigation of this reconsideration has been an ongoing challenge with new twists every step of the way. Today, in addition to our usual practice of deliberating in public on our report and letter to the administrator, we have additional topics to address. First, we will have a discussion and a vote by the Charter CASAC regarding adopting the Scientific Advisory Board process for handling dissenting opinions among our members. CASAC hasn't previously adopted this process, as in all my previous CASAC experience prior to my role as chair this time around, we were always able to reach consensus. However, this has not been the case in the past few years. It has been one of the profound disappointments of my term as CASAC chair that we have been unable to reach consensus in our advice to the administrator. I had hoped to be able to turn around this practice, which began under the leadership of the previous CASAC chair. However, I believe that now we have reached the point where the most productive path forward is to adopt a new policy for handling dissent. Fortunately, the Scientific Advisory Board, our sister panel, already has such a policy in place, and we'll turn to that next. After the Charter CASAC discusses adopting this new policy, we will turn to our review of our consensus comments. Due to panelist availability, we will start on page 12, line 14 of the review to discuss the review of the secondary standard. Once we have completed this portion of the consensus comments, we will turn to the beginning of the consensus comments and complete them, my hope is, today. So I'm sincerely hope that we can complete our deliberations on the consensus comments during today's meeting. I ask that panelists only bring up for public deliberation points that need our collective attention. Minor wordsmithing changes can be sent by email to Erin Yao with a CC to me. I'm emphasizing that we don't need to discuss minor word changes in public. That said, I realize there are situations where the change of even a single word can affect the meaning of a sentence or paragraph. I also note that many of the substantial changes proposed by panelists have been provided as public comments. They also shared minor comments, which weren't included in the documents made public. I'm hoping that our focus on major points that need changing will help to make our review more efficient. A second new twist to this review is that in addition to reaching consensus regarding our response and letter, we need to craft our response to the May 18th request for clarification memo from EPA. I am recommending that we draft an appendix to our report, Appendix B, that will contain our consensus response to EPA's request. Last night, Erin shared with everyone my individual comments, which were crafted to be a first draft of this consensus response. I sincerely appreciate all the time and energy put into this draft by multiple panelists over the past 4 days. This document was developed in record time, and I certainly hope that it is the last time that members of CASAC feel the need to provide advice to EPA over such a short time frame. I propose that we develop a near final version of our consensus response to EPA's request for clarification by tomorrow morning, if at all possible, for final deliberation at tomorrow's meeting. I welcome hearing from a few volunteer panelists who are willing and able to spend time over the next 24 hours working on these comments. Feel free to send me or Aaron a direct message if you are able to volunteer. The third new twist is that we need to agree on the committee response to the dissenting opinion, which will be included in Appendix C of our report. I'm hoping that most of this text can be moved from our draft consensus responses. Again, I welcome any volunteers who can help craft this draft for deliberation at tomorrow's meeting. My goal for tomorrow is that we are able to complete all of our tasks by the end of the meeting. Assuming we have finished discussing our consensus responses, we will begin our review of the letter and again focus on Chapter 4 at the beginning of the meeting due to panelist availability. Once this is complete, I expect us to turn to our response to EPA's request for clarification before finishing our review of our letter. Now we will turn our attention to deliberating on the draft consensus responses. Referring to the line and page numbers printed in the PDF version of that document, we will start on page 12, line 14 of the consensus comments. We will go line by line, well, really, I hope rather chunk by chunk, paragraph by paragraph through our draft comments. Concurrently, we will consider proposed revisions by individual panelists and shared with the public. We will also consider other proposed revisions that panel members offered during the meeting. Aaron Yao will share his screen to help facilitate our review. So before we start, are there any questions or comments from panelists? Okay, seeing no hands, let's move to, not the consensus comments. We need to first have the meeting of the Charter CASAC for discussing our report format. So Aaron sent us an email yesterday, and I'll just read some text from it. In considering the role of dissenting viewpoints and the relative prominence and weight that should be given to them in CASAC reports, we looked into how our sister committee, the Science Advisory Board, addresses them in their reports. We generally follow similar processes as the SAB, and they have some experience in dealing with this issue. According to page 6 of the SAB handbook, advisory committees and panels are structured to include a range of disciplines and technical points of view relevant to the charge. At times, panel members may reach different conclusions based on a review of available scientific data. The chair takes the lead in identifying areas of agreement and in helping members talk through issues in contention. Consensus recommendations and conclusions are most helpful to the agency. However, when there is disagreement among experts, that information is also valuable to note. In most cases, different views can be accommodated within the committee's report. On rare occasions, a member may request that a minority report be appended to the report. So our goal now is to decide how we would like to handle dissenting viewpoints in the current and future CASAC reports. I also note that this proposed process that I'm proposing that we adopt the Scientific Advisory Board process is consistent with how the National Academy of Sciences and Medicine handles dissenting viewpoints. So now I invite members of the Charter CASAC to comment, and then we will take a vote.
Yeah, I think this is a good plan to follow what other panels have done before so that there's some consistency.
Thank you, Michelle. Mark?
I agree. In my mind and my interpretation of that, the language from the SAB policy, whether the dissent goes into an appendix depends in part on how extensive it is and how well, if it's a brief dissent that could be easily dealt with in the main body of the letter and report, then that it's certainly reasonable to do that. But this is not the case here, and I would definitely favor moving it to an appendix.
Yes, thank you, Mark, for that clarification. I agree with you 100% on your interpretation. And yeah, I think that's my plan as well. Jim.
Yes, well, I think I would disagree. I'm going through your email. It says, on the SAB handbook, in most cases, different views can be accommodated within the committee's reports. And then on rare occasions, the member may be requested a minority report be appended. So, I mean, that's only on rare occasions. And then the other quote you put from NASM says, it is better to expose the lack of consensus than to obscure it through compromise. In most cases, where disagreement remain, they can be handled by explaining the nature of the controversy in the report text. Thus, the report can identify the knowledge gaps and present the range of options, which is what I'm proposing to do. It also says in rare cases, the committee members who disagree may choose to write a short dissenting opinion published as an appendix to the report, which definitely doesn't carry much weight. And the comparison is made to the SAB approach, where you give some examples of 1 or 2 or 3 dissenting members, but that's out of 46 SAB chartered members. We're talking 7 chartered CASAC members, 1 out of 7. That's 14.2%, which is a pretty big percent of an opinion to stick in an appendix. And it's not like the minority opinion is a lone wolf all by itself. It's agreeing with EPA's conclusion. So it's if EPA concluded something and all the CASAC agreed with it, and the minority was out there all by itself, I could maybe see that. But this is a case where the minority is agreeing with EPA, and they have a lot of documentation to support their conclusions. And this is not the first time this has come up. The 2020 review of ozone, the 2020 PM review, the 2022 reconsideration. In all 3 of those reviews, the minority and the majority opinions were included in the main document. I mean, to me, that has been setting precedent for the last 3 reviews that were done. And, Dr. Frampton last time was the sole dissenting opinion, and we didn't restrict what he could put in the letter or in the response to consensus comments. We let him put whatever he wanted to express his viewpoints in that report. I'll go on to say, Section 109D2A of the Clean Air Act requires the administrator to appoint members to the chartered CASAC, which comprise of 7 members, including at least 1 member of the National Academy of Sciences, 1 physician, and 1 person representing state air pollution control agencies. And I've had the honor to be the CASAC member representing state air pollution control agencies for the past 6 years, and have served on CASAC under 3 different EPA administrators. The reason the Clean Air Act requires at least 1 person representing state air pollution control agencies on the CASAC is because it is important to have someone with hands-on experience with implementation of the NAAQS. And this allows for a unique perspective relative to other CASAC members and provides for a balance between real-world implementation and academic research. Understanding how science is translated into the NAAQS requires a deep understanding of how design values are calculated and used to show attainment, along with the resulting temporal and spatial concentration distributions to determine if a standard is adequate or not. Many CASAC members don't know how to calculate a design value. In fact, in the last meeting, 1 member asked, what is a design value? I don't think the chair of the CASAC has the right to rewrite the Clean Air Act and minimize the view of the 1 person representing state air pollution control agencies by sticking their comments in an appendix or a footnote. that nobody will ever read. The CASAC already lacks proper balance of scientific perspectives, which is needed to provide a fair and balanced scientific viewpoint so the administrator can make an unbiased and informed decision on the adequacy of the standard. And I think that this proposal would only add to the imbalance that already exists. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jim, for your comments. Appreciate that. Christina.
Yes, I have a few comments and also in response to what Jim was saying. It's good, Jim, you provided some context for, the previous CASACs and, activities when there was another, dissenting opinion and how that was handled. That's very helpful for those of us that are new. I think we're deciding upon two different things right now, actually. So first is, are we going to adopt a policy so that we can have something in place in order to organize and have a plan on how dissenting opinions are going to be handled, moving forward, as opposed to not having one? So that's the first question that I think Leanne is asking us to consider. And then second to that, given the language that's here, which seems to be, good standard language, is that it can be considered and included in different ways. And then we can decide that. But first is the policy piece. So have one versus not having one. I think that, in thinking about this, it's a CASAC decision. However, with regards to considering consensus versus a dissenting opinion, that's for all 18 of us. So I think it's more 1 out of 18 versus 1 out of 7. And I think that having, dissenting opinions, individual dissenters in an appendix does not demote its importance, because then it's there as it's kind of standalone. We've been reading appendices about all the details in the PA. A lot of that detailed information was in an appendix, and it was definitely given a lot of attention in our deliberations. So appendices are really an important part that has shown up as really being of consideration in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Any other CASAC members wish to weigh in? Thumbs up from Judy. Are you speaking, Judy? You need to unmute if you are.
Yeah, I pushed the wrong button. I totally agree with Christina's comments. Also, there are plenty of expertise in the panel. I think 18 is a proper way to count on our opinion rather than one of the 7 to respect other panels' opinion. And I also think that with the minor editing we can incorporate into the letter, other parts we can put in the appendixes as appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Jim.
Well, I just think it's important to understand, one of the reasons why there is a minority opinion. I mean, if you go back 3 years ago, Dr. Frampton was a minority opinion. It was 6 against 1, with the voting for both the ozone and the PM standard. It really comes down to, who's appointed to these panels based on who the EPA administrator is. And this administrator came in and fired the last panel because he didn't like their viewpoints, and then cherry picked these new members with known perspectives for a political agenda. And that's the reason why we're in this why we're even talking about this. I mean, if you look at the last CASAC, 6 versus 1, this is 1 versus 6. I mean, it's a average, it's a 50-50. I mean, it really comes down to, who's appointed to these panels that determines the majority and the minority. I mean, that's a clear-cut example of where it's happened and is happening. And so, if that's how you want to determine the science, I guess that's your choice.
All right, thank you, Jim. I will note that it's the administrator's job to appoint people to the panel, and we are here to do our job as scientists in the review. So, Tom, you wanted to weigh in, Tom Brennan.
Yes, I just like to just disagree with the way Jim characterized the reset of the SAB and the CASAC. It was a reset. And Jim is proof that dissenting opinions or varied opinions are welcome here. And so I just like to say that. And also knowing that Jim's comments are not taken out of the report. The report could be written with different viewpoints, but it's the volume of comments that's going to be into an appendix all in one place. So Jim's not being written out of the report.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Michelle.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to say this. So I'm going to push back a little bit on one part of what you said, Jim, which is the idea that people, including me, were cherry picked for a political agenda. I object to that statement. So I'm going to ask that we just kind of refocus the conversation on the science, which is, I think, what you and I and all of us really want to do.
Okay, and I'm good with that. So I guess one question is, I mean, how would the minority opinion be treated in the letter and the response to consensus? Would it really not even, the minority opinion would not even be mentioned, and it would be go to the appendix to read the minority opinion, or would it just be cutting down the volume of information that the minority opinion has in the letter and the consensus response to consensus charge questions?
Yeah.
I'd like to understand kind of what we're even proposing here.
So I think either Tom or Aaron, maybe Tom Brennan or Aaron could best respond to that.
Yeah, I can get into that. It would state, it'd be very similar to what it is now. It's just going to cut down a lot of that volume. So it's going to say, all CASAC members except for one, found the following, and it'll say, however, one CASAC member did not agree, and it'll include maybe one or two high-level sentences, and it'll say, please see the appendix for further details.
Thank you. The other hands that were up have gone down. Did anybody who had their hand up want to still speak? Okay, I'm thinking we might be ready for the chartered CASAC to vote on, as Christina very clearly stated, step one, which is whether we're going to adopt the Science Advisory Board policy or not. And so all CASAC members in favor, if you could indicate so clearly to me, to us. Mark, you're raising your hand. Does that mean yes, or does that mean you want to speak?
No, that means yes.
Okay, so a yes from Mark, a yes from Christina. Did you want to?
Can I just ask, I mean, the policy says on rare occasions, the members may request the minority report be appended. I don't know exactly what we're voting on. The policy says, in most cases, different views can be accommodated within the committee's report, which means not the appendix. That means the actual report, not the appendix, right? So I'm still, I guess, trying to understand what if we're voting on the exact language of the SAB handbook. Is that what we're voting on?
Yes.
No.
Aaron, do you want to clarify?
Yeah, that's just guidance. And again, CASAC follows a similar process, doesn't need to follow the exact process. If you look at all the examples I sent you, those are not, again, SAB doesn't follow that exactly either. And again, so this is rare case because it's not often that we have, dissent. It's only recently. And so to the extent we're kind of doing a hybrid, we're going to give you a few sentences to state what your main concern is and what you did not agree with, and that is accommodated within the report, but all the further details are going to be put in an appendix.
Yeah, and to elaborate a little bit further, I think that that stating the dissenting opinion in the report is important, but giving it a lot of space is where the appendix becomes a valuable tool. Christina, did you want to speak, or did you have your hand up?
I did, because I know, what Jim is asking. So, and you just said it, Leanne, about the first thing we're voting on is, do we want to adopt this policy that's then going to be, active for us, but also for future CASAC? In terms of adopting this language is number one. And then, so do we need to have it or not? And then the next step that we're going to do as a group is decide how, for this particular opinion, that is going to be decided. But first is just, are we going to have a policy, which I think most of what I've heard is that, yes, we need to have something there, and it's going to be for us, but also for the future as well. Yes, which I think is important to have. So that's the first step.
Thank you for the clarification. Aaron, do you need to go next, or should I call on Mark?
Let me just clarify, and maybe this will help. So again, we're not voting on adopting SAB's exact language. So we can craft it however we like. And so what I would propose is that, and again, Jim, this is a policy for CASAC, irregardless of who's in the majority, who's in the minority. This is going to be for CASAC reports going forward. It's just, it'll be applied here first. But I would propose that the policy be, again, when consensus is not achieved, that we strive for consensus. The chair will strive to have consensus. When it is not achieved, then to the extent that a short few sentences can be accommodated within the body of the report, then that should be the goal. But if there's a more lengthy details that want to be provided, then that could be put in an appendix. So I propose that would be the proposal for CASAC reports going forward.
Yeah, and so I guess what Aaron is saying is that we're going to adopt the SAB policy in principle or as a guide, and we can actually, are you suggesting, Aaron, that we can, that exactly how it's worded we might change and as we move forward? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, because Charter CASAC's an independent committee. You can have whatever rules or whatever you want, and so it's just as a guideline, putting extensive dissenting views in the appendix. Dissenting views are a valid part of the scientific process. It provides valuable information, but you want it to give the appropriate weight so that it doesn't distract from the consensus report.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I have another question. I mean, since people are voting, I guess this is, a policy for CASAC going forward. I mean, to make a policy like this, do you need unanimous consensus do you need consensus of the CASAC to make this consensus a policy?
No, this is more of an administrative thing, and we're just, for full transparency, we're giving you the benefit of discussing this in public.
Well, I don't like it, but I'd rather have a few sentences than nothing at all. So,
Mark.
Yeah, I mean, in my thinking about this, I don't think there's a need to vote on a policy because the CASAC can do whatever it wants in terms of its how it handles dissenting opinions, whether we put it in appendix, combine it in the letter. If I remember correctly, in 2020, in that review process where Jim was correct, I was the sole dissenting opinion. It briefly came up whether it was going to be a separate appendix, but nobody wanted to do that. And we were able to incorporate it into the letter. And I think this is a little different. The dissenting comments are more extensive. And I think the appendix allows that to allows that opinion to be fleshed out and expanded in a more easily understandable way with everything in one place. But I don't care if we go ahead and vote on the policy, but to me, whether what we do with a dissenting opinion may change depending on the situation, the language, the volume of the language. So it's always going to be a consideration in any meeting or any review, how to handle that dissenting opinion. In my view, we could go straight to the vote on what to do with this dissent.
Okay, Aaron, before Christina.
Yeah, so I just wanted to present this so that it's documented and for consistency purposes, that this would be kind of the policy that Charter CASAC is operating under, irregardless of what the dissent is, who's in the majority, who's in the minority. This is a structural administrative process for CASAC reports, and so that's just what I wanted to say with regard to that, so that it doesn't become, well, this time I don't like the dissent, so I'm going to put it in an appendix or this or that. This is a administrative function, structural for the CASAC reports that, for consistency purposes, this would be the operating procedure going forward for all CASAC reports.
Point taken. I'm fine with that.
Thank you. Christina.
So I'm glad that, Aaron made that clarification, and just from my own opinion, having a policy for something like this is just really important for the future, because when CASAC is reconstituted for future years, there may be a dissenting opinion that is totally squashed, and there will be nothing to protect that person's views from even being in the report if other people have said, well, we don't need to include consensus reports. I don't think that would happen, but it's possible unless we have a policy in advance. So that's why I just support having a policy, and it's in line with what's done in others.
All right, thank you, Jim, and then Alexandra, and then I'm hoping we can reach conclusion on this.
Yeah, I mean, based on everyone else's opinion, we can move my stuff to the appendix, but I just want to make sure, I have some, what I feel are extremely key points. And as long as those can get into the letter and the consensus response, as long as I can get my key points in there and then reference to the appendix, I would be fine. I would be okay with moving that way.
Well, that's the purpose of our public deliberation, Jim. So we will make sure that we talk about that in the next 8 hours here, or 7, I guess now. Alexandra.
So I just want to say that I agree 100% with Christina that we do need a policy in place for clarity and transparency, not only for now, but for moving forward. So I support that. And I think that once we cross that bridge, we should talk about what the form of that, what form that could take. In this case, I think we've already discussed it, but do we need a form that is consistent for years moving forward, or will it vary panel by panel? I think that is something that we should discuss very briefly. And so I just want to start by supporting the motion to have a policy, and then move on to discussing what form dissenting opinions might take now and in the future.
Thank you. And I'm going to recommend that we vote in principle that we're going to adopt a policy that's guided by the SAB, and that because we have so much else to do in this meeting, that in terms of any changes we might make to the SAB policy for CASAC, that we address that at a future date, and that we in general have discussed, and we plan in this case, because of the length and of Jim's comments, We plan to have an appendix with a committee rebuttal. And of course, we will also acknowledge Jim's perspective in the letter and in the consensus comments, but much more briefly than the text is in now or that he has recommended adding. The details of what that looks like in our consensus comments and letter will get hashed out in the rest of our future meetings. So basically what I want to hear, and I think I already understand people's points of view, is that we will adopt a policy that is informed by the SAB policy. And in this particular case, we plan on putting the dissenting point of view in an appendix with acknowledgement in the letter and the consensus comments, where the details about what that looks like will be part of our public deliberation. So I have, based on my notes, Mark, Christina, Judy, Alexandra, me, I think Michelle, I didn't see a vote, but I think you also support that.
Yes, I'm voting yes.
Yeah. And Jim, are you a no, or do you want to support that?
I'll support that.
Okay, great. So we have consensus. That's awesome. All right, and now we are going to move on. Before Howie has to leave us, we are going to move on to our report, and we're going to start on, as I said, on page 14. Is that right? Yeah. Wait a minute. I've got too many.
Page 12.
Page 12.
Sorry. Thank you. Page 12, line 14. There we go. And so first, I'd like to see if anybody has any suggested changes to the paragraphs on this page. And you need to raise your hand because with the shared screen, it's, oh, there's a couple hands up. Mark.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure I got the right document open because we've had a lot of edits and additions. So what I have is the 5/2/23 draft report. Is that what we're looking at?
That's correct. And you want to look at, to make sure that you are looking at the correct line numbers, you want to look at the PDF version. If you've done any edits to the Word version, then the line numbers are all messed up. So I encourage you, and Aaron is sharing his screen too, so you can see that also on the screen right now.
Okay.
So
and it's page 14 according to the pages at the bottom.
That's correct. It's actually
not according to the PDF page.
Right. It's page 22 of the PDF. I'll try to say that when
thank you.
So that helps people that are looking at the PDF.
All right, I'm good.
Okay. George.
Yes, thanks, Leanne. Lines 38 and 39. This paragraph looks like a summary of previous work. The 17 ppm hours as CASAC recommended at that time. If that time is the 2014 review, CASAC actually was recommending a max no higher than 15 ppm hours. So I'm not sure what time is being referenced here, but my assumption is the previous review ending in 2014. So that would be 15 ppm hours.
Okay. So does anybody who worked on this have any comments on that, or should we just change this to you saying changing it to 15 ppm hours? Is that what I heard?
And maybe being more specific at that time, replace that with the review that ended in 2014. I'm assuming what this is referring to.
Alexandra.
I was just going to say, I think what we're emphasizing here is what the administrator noted. And so if that's the spirit of the sentence, which I believe it is, based on my memory of that chapter, then we should just leave it at 17 ppm hours.
It does say as CASAC recommended.
Right. And I'm suggesting that we could either we have to add a sentence to clarify that or just remove as the CASAC recommended at that time. I think if we're sticking with what the administrator noted, it was 17 ppm per hour, but we can go back and look at that more closely and decide if we
No, you're right. The administrator did recommend 17. So if we just remove as CASAC recommended, that would work. Yeah.
That's right.
All right, great. So we'll make sure that that gets changed. Anything else on this page? Not seeing any hands. I suggest we go to page 13, the next paragraph, lines 1 to 15. That's page 23 in the PDF. I'm not seeing any hands. How about lines 17 to 28, the next paragraph on that page? Any proposed changes on that paragraph? Judy.
Yeah, it's the sentence on line 25. That's what yesterday you sent us as well, the public commentator suggests the change of language to including that the impacts of 17 ppm hours ozone on many other species would be anticipated to be significant. He suggests us to look into the line 25, the tree species analyzed collectively, that sentence. I was wondering, is that a place to put on after that sentence?
So what are you proposing that we do there?
That's what says proposed in his memo is that add the sentence probably for after the United States regarding the impact of 17 ppm hours ozone on many other species would be anticipated to be significant. I thought that's something good to point out because.
Okay.
But Alex was going to look into this.
So, I have it, actually, sorry to jump in if that's okay. I do have it marked in my summary here, and it's actually, and I'm sorry, but I'm looking at the Word document.
Yeah,
I believe this is actually in another section that's further down below. So where it's very, so we can maybe just wait a little bit. I think we'll get there. It's just hard because I'm looking at your screen and mine at the same time. So I think this is actually on page L4, but I think this is a different document.
Yeah, L4 is the letter.
The letter.
So the letter typically distills from the consensus comment, which is one of the reasons why we go through the consensus comments first, is and then we'll go through the letter and make sure that the distillation is also and that we're bringing out the key points. So let's flag for a possible addition of a sentence that I'm going to ask Judy and Alexandra to consider drafting that makes that point. And I see Donica, you have her hand up, so maybe you might help us with this.
I can. I wanted to just raise my hand because I'm wondering if we also want to add some of the information that we brought up in our response to the EPA's request for clarification in any of these paragraphs, excuse me.
Yes, that's a really good point. I think where we can integrate anything, any new insights or new texts that we have worked on that were in my individual comments into this letter, we should do that. So if you have a specific suggestion, that would be really great to hear now.
Yeah, and I mean, I might have to think about this a little bit further. Excuse me, my voice is a little off today. But, you know, in this paragraph that you highlighted, it's talking about the combination of Lee et al. 2022 with the previous Lee and Hogsett study. And so I was wondering if we wanted to include here, you know, a little bit more information about why we find using the mean of the combined studies problematic.
Yeah, and would it be worth also asking EPA for clarification on this point?
Yes.
So
Yes.
I'll do that now. One of the things that came up in my in the work we did over the weekend in my individual comments was making sure we've completely understood in the policy assessment whether EPA had used the combined Lee and Hogsett and Lee 2022 results, or whether, and so we wanted to make sure we got that point correct. So I invite somebody from EPA to weigh in so that we understand that point.
So you are muted if you're trying to speak right now.
I'm not seeing anybody from EPA that's speaking. Are you guys figuring out your technology?
This might.
Oh,
Can you hear us?
you have an echo, but we hear you.
Right, Question is, why can't they hear you when?
I know.
Okay, the one that is in the room does not have an echo. So,
Can you hear us?
yeah.
Okay. We were trying a backup option. Sorry, this is Deirdre Murphy. So if I understand correctly, the question of clarification has to do with how we considered the two different publications, if you will. Lee and Hogsett 96, Lee et al. 2022. And Appendix 4A of the draft TA Volume 2 tries to make clear that obviously there's an overlap in the underlying experimental data. And there are two tables that make clear the underlying experimental data. There's table 4A7, and that shows all the experiments that are available in Lee and Hogsett 96. And then there is table 4A8, which identifies the additional experiments. And so together they make up the full data set, a full data set. But the two different publications then, Lee and Hogsett 96 relied on the ones in the first table. Lee et al. 2022 relied on the sum of those two tables. What we did in considering both studies together was to recognize the value of the different analyses that were done to characterize the different species sensitivities. We looked across them and we created these tables. So there's a table, just a moment, I'll get it straight. 4A4, which shows that species-specific RBL estimates based on the approach by Lee and Hogsett 96. And there's a table for A10 that shows the approach based on Lee et al. 2022. And then there's a table for A11 that shows the combination of the approaches, which is not double counting, I would suggest, but it's utilizing two sets of ER functions, so that where you have an ER function for the same species in each of the two analyses, as is described in the text, we took the average. And so this table 4A11, if an ER function is only in one of the two appendices, it appears here from that only in one of the two publications, it appears here from that publication. If a species ER function appears in two different publications, the average is shown here. Does that help?
Yeah, I think that does help.
Can I ask a clarification question?
Please.
I just am curious because the response data are going to be the same for the species in each study. Just in terms of their ozone response, it's just that my understanding, and perhaps I have this incorrect, but my understanding is that one of the differences, or one of the main differences between the two studies, especially for data that were used, that were the same in both studies, is that the data, the W126 response functions were standardized in the 2022 paper versus the 1996 paper, where those data were not standardized. And so if I'm understanding correctly, I'm not sure that taking an average is the best approach.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what you mean by standardized, but both of the analyses rely on W126, and they both utilize them or created functions that were in terms of a 92-day W126, same format. And so they're just different, they're different approaches. It's described somewhat extensively in the beginning of 4A1 and 4A1.1, how the Lee and Hogsett is done. There's also an attachment to that appendix that actually illustrates how Lee and Hogsett created what composite ER functions for each species, and then took the median within those composites. So they're weighting the multiple experiments that there were available for each species in that way, which is an interesting and seemingly valuable and informative approach. And so we weren't able to judge one better than the other. In Lee et al. 2022, they create one W126 and response for each experiment. And so if it was a 2 or 3 year experiment, they have one that's using the first year metric, not utilizing the 3 years. I mean, so there are differences in that way. Each of them has some usefulness. And so rather than discard one over the other, we felt this was a reasonable approach. I'm not sure if that answers your question though, does it?
Yeah, I think so. And I think I just need to read what you wrote here again to refresh my memory. It's a lot of information that you provided, so it will be helpful to refresh my memory.
So I would, if Howie Neufeld is able to speak, I would like him to comment on this, because I remember him telling me that the work done in the Lee et al. 2022 was far superior to the Lee and Hogsett work. And therefore, my conclusion based on that conversation would be that we should rely exclusively on the Lee et al. 2022. Howie, would you share your opinion?
Yeah, as best I can. Well, I think as we heard before, that the main way of analyzing the RBLs was the same. They used a Weibull function, and they standardized it to 92 days. So that was pretty similar. But I think some of the other studies that were added in when it went from 11 to 16, they didn't always do the same thing or use the same functions. So Henry Lee then went back and made sure that all the data were analyzed exactly in the same way, so that they could try to compare across all those species. I guess that's the the improvement, and so that these other studies could be brought in and looked at in a comparable way. So I don't know that as we just heard that the actual analysis itself didn't change that much, but it standardized it across all the species. The other, I have two things here. One, the other thing is the Lee and Hogsett paper, as I understand it, has not been peer reviewed. So it seems to me then that the Lee et al. 2022 paper would be better to rely on that, since I think we're required to only look at peer reviewed literature, though someone can correct me if I'm wrong on that. And I guess I'd like to ask what information is gained when looking at the two studies and comparing them. Is there any different or conclusion that's reached on the part of EPA if you include Lee and Hogsett 1996, as opposed to if you solely looked at Lee et al. 2022? Because if the conclusions are pretty much the same, I think it would be better just to rely on Lee et al. 2022.
Deidre, did you want to comment on that?
I can point you all to the places in the appendix that describe that. I mean, as I said, the tables 4A4 shows the calculation of each species and the medians for those 11. There's another table 4A10 that does it for Lee et al. There's a table 4A12 that shows looking at Lee and Hogsett alone, looking at Lee et al. 2022, and looking at both of them. And as I said, there is valuable information in Lee and Hogsett, which is that it recognizes the variability of the different experimental conditions and of the biology in each of the experiments, and creates experiment specific ER functions. And then from those, for each species, creates a composite. And that's illustrated in the figures at the end, figure 4A17 to 19, which show the distribution of the individual experiment specific functions for each species, and then how Lee and Hogsett created the median. It's a different approach. We were not able to say better or worse. Lee et al. Does a purely statistical analysis, creating a metric for each species experiment that does not, it takes one of the outcomes that you could have. For example, if you have a 3-year experiment, you could have 3 different ways of doing it. They took one. So they're different. They're different. Does that help? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we need to think about how we're going to give our advice. Is this something we should flag and come back to tomorrow morning so that the experts can look a little bit more deeply and make a recommendation?
That's fine with me, Leanne. It's just the thing that's hard, and I want to I guess emphasize what Howie said, is that the Lee and Hogsett data are not published. And so it's really hard for the experts to actually look at those data and compare in any capacity beyond what is included in the report. So
thank you. Well, maybe that's something we need to explicitly incorporate into our text.
I think it would help to be able to look that over tonight and look at those tables and get a little bit more up to speed on that before making comments on using Lee and Hogsett versus just Lee et al.
Okay, I'm going to ask that Howie and Donica try to. I know the time is short; it's terrible. That you all take the lead on this, and we'll come back to this first thing tomorrow morning. Aaron, will you help me remember that that we need to do that? so that we figure out how to give the best possible advice. Because I know that the individual comments that we worked on over the weekend, there was some lack of clarity in what we should say there. And this conversation has highlighted that, I think, even more. So let's see if we can distill our thinking a little bit better. So in summary, what I heard was this page, which is page 13 of the report, lines 17 to 28, we may add a sentence that Judy's going to take the lead on suggesting, unless we come up with another place in the report where we end up doing that. And we're going to, with updated advice from Donica and Howie, we are going to incorporate some comments that are related to what are in my individual comments in connected with this paragraph. And we're going to revisit all of that tomorrow morning. All right, so I think we're ready to move on to the same page, lines 30 through 38, the next paragraph that starts figures 4D to -3 to 4D-5. And Alex.
So this particular paragraph was also remarked on by Earth Justice. And so I think this is also a place where Judy and I can, and Howie and Donica and the whole group can think about perhaps modifying the language that is not, I can see why this is not necessarily clear to readers in the absence of having the figure right in front of you. It's kind of hard to follow all those numbers. So I think we could work on clarifying that language.
So are you telling me that you would like to come back to this tomorrow morning as well?
Yes, and I can work on that. I highlighted that for work and would be happy to do that along with the other comment by Earth Justice.
Okay. Okay. Well, we want to be a little careful and to not have too much consensus comments. We're going to come back to you tomorrow or we'll never get our work done. But but that said, I respect that you need a little bit extra time. So I'm going to ask that that we do that.
If it helps, Leanne, I don't think it will be a lot of work, just a little bit of wordsmithing to clarify.
Okay, thank you. All right, and I attached your name to that. Next up is lines 40 on page 13 through line 2 on page 14. Anything that needs to be addressed? I had a question. On line 43, it says either a 7 or 8 hour ozone average warrants further discussion, and adequacy of an exposure index derived from either a 7 or 8 hour ozone average. And why would we put 7 in there? Well, maybe I'm mixing the primary with a secondary standard, but it would seem to me that we should just drop the 7 or 8, 7 or, and just put 8 hour.
I would agree with the 8 hour. I'm actually not clear why the 7 hour got in there, but I would.
Either the Thai or the Mills, the study I cited earlier using the 7 hour. That's why I would agree to drop it just to 8 hour. The study used 7 hour. That's how 7 hour get it in there.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Any other comments on this paragraph? Judy, your hand's still up. Okay. Okay. All right, moving on. We're now on page 14, lines 4 through 14. Any comments on that paragraph? And Judy, your hand's back up again.
Yeah, I sent this out yesterday to Aaron that on lines 7 to 10 on page 14, I had suggested change of language to from the just remove the uncertainties, blah blah blah, to the on climate. Shall I read that? Oh, so everybody.
Yeah, Aaron, can you toggle to Judy's comments easily, or maybe right there we go.
Yeah, very good.
Thank
Wow.
you.
That's good. Thank you, Aaron.
All right, so Judy's recommending that we replace the text that's highlighted in yellow with the new text. And this was just for the backstory. This was questions that I had for the secondary standard group when we were finalizing the consensus comments that we clarified, but the not quite final version got in the consensus comments instead of the final version. And so we'll replace that text. Any further comments on this?
Yeah, it's mainly to emphasize that in the section 4.2 that is preliminary conclusion at PA discounting the influence of ozone on climate. That's why. Just give some perspective.
Okay, thank you. There's one more paragraph, lines 16 to 19 for this charge question. Not seeing any comments. I'm assuming, Judy, your hand was left up. So moving on to the next charge question, lines 24 through 32. Anything to edit there? And again, what we haven't, I'm not sure if it comes up here specifically or not, but I'll mention it again. There are a number of things I think we added in our response to EPA, well, our draft response to EPA's request for clarification that came out as my individual comments. And so we do need to think about whether there's any pieces of that should come into this letter. And I don't know specifically at the moment whether this section, I hadn't been able to flag any of that yet. So I encourage people to bring that up. Lines 34 to 40. Okay, not seeing anything. Moving on to lines 42 through 11 on page 15. Okay, Donica has her hand up. Go ahead.
This is potentially, I think I guess we might want to add some clarification here as well, specifically related to EPA's request for clarification on the use of the median. And so I think that might be useful in this particular section.
Okay. So we need to propose some text on what to add there. And is there any clarification that we need from EPA on the use of the median? I mean, our understanding, and as I understood it from the experts on the panel, is that that based on a previous and based on explanation at the last meeting, that based on previous CASAC advice, it was the median across species that was used, and that that was where the nonlinearity problem became a challenge, and that as we put in our draft responses to EPA's clarification, it also meant that an inadequate number of species were being protected. Is there any clarification we need from EPA on any of this?
I guess I'm not totally sure, but if EPA wanted to comment on, or at least remind me why the median was used. I think from what I remember from the last meeting, and I might not be remembering this correctly, but when I asked about this, it was, I thought that the response was that the reason that the median was used was because that is what had been done by the administrator before. But I didn't know if there was a different reason.
Right. Would it help? So this is Deirdre Murphy again. Can you hear me?
Yep, great.
Perfect. So the genesis of the median, if you will, is the CASAC advice in review. So the letters we got from them, that CASAC in 2014, opined on this, thought about the range of species for which ER functions were available, recognized that while it was a limited number, it was appropriate to consider that.
You are now muted. Sorry. Something happened in the room. You're muted. Start again with while it was appropriate.
Yeah, I'm not going to remember what one was that. So I'll start again. The median started out with in the 2014 letters from CASAC with their advice to the administrator. They thought about this question of having ER functions for a set of species. They thought about the appropriateness of considering that set of species to be representative of other species and thought, well, it was appropriate to do so. They also recommended that we consider RBL not simply as an effect on tree species, but as a surrogate for an array of effects associated with ozone on vegetation that extend to the ecosystem scale. And in doing that, they said in that use, it was appropriate to utilize and rely on the median across the functions. And that that median value should be that a value of 6% was too high for that. And so those were what we took from those letters. Those are the pieces. The letter has a lot of discussion on those points. And in the last review, that was what the EPA considered and that the administrator adopted in the rationale that's described in the 2015 decision, that we would consider the median. We would try to identify W126 exposure circumstances that would be associated with less than a 6% RBL at the median. And that's the rationale for the standard decision in 2015. I'm just trying to think if there's another aspect to what you're asking, Dr. Lombardisi, that I've missed.
No, I mean, I think that's helpful clarification. I realize that you probably have said that before to me, but I had forgotten the reasoning.
It's quite all right. The only other thing I'll mention is this issue of what was referred to as a nonlinearity, which isn't a nonlinearity. It's a function of how you derive a median from a data set, right? And when we had a set of values that change with each W126 exposure level, you can have a different species represented by the median because the ER functions for all the species are not parallel. They each have their own sensitivity, which is described by the shape of that ER function. And so for each of the species, we have tables that very explicitly show what the response would be estimated to be for those different W126 levels by species. And then you can see what's the median across the species at each W126 level. And so that's why what happens is you end up with a different species having the median or being represented by the median when you cross across those levels.
Yeah, just to clarify from my perspective, part of the reason why I brought up using the median and potential, thing related to nonlinearities is because when I asked during the March meeting, I was remote, but I know everybody else was in person. I asked how there could be categories where each individual study, the Lee and Hogsett and the Lee et al. 2022 had a lower W126 threshold for that 6% damage than the combination of those studies. And your explanation for that, if I remember correctly, was that it's because of these nonlinear response curves. And so that's what in my mind, what called that into question. I don't think it's problematic to use a median on nonlinear curves. I just think that the inconsistent results warrant more careful consideration, and I think are not intuitive, and therefore, we need to look more carefully at the data and why that is happening and why those results are emerging.
But do you understand, Doctor, and you must, that because the functions are all different shapes, and paying attention to the different shapes of the functions, you will get at different W126 levels, different species will predominate.
Yes, I understand that. I just think that there's something that is a little bit strange about combining two studies and getting results that are not consistent with what is shown in each of those individual studies.
They're different sets of species.
You combined, they should, in total, they're the same set of species.
No, because there's a species in Lee and Hogsett that's not represented in Lee et al. 2022. When you do the medians with just Lee and Hogsett, there are 11 species. When you do them with just Lee et al. 2022, there's 16. To combine them, you end up with uniquely 17 species. That's why there's a center number. It's an odd number, so the median is a single value that ends up being one species or another at that.
Yes, I am aware and understand that, and I also think that there's potential for using the same data from those different species. I think is also problematic, but that's something that we'll come back to tomorrow.
Yeah. So what I thought was very helpful was the panel ended up coming up with a completely different way of thinking about this than the last CASAC advised, which sounded like it was much more straightforward and intuitive, and also more protective of plants. And so I guess returning to what we've written, is this a paragraph that we should be editing in light of our responses that were shared last night as my individual comments? Jason.
So on this issue of median, from what I recall of our conversation when we met in public, was that there was maybe dissatisfaction with the use of the median as opposed to some other indicator, because if you look at any W126 level, the species that are impacted by it are skewed so that some are impacted quite a lot, so very high percentage losses, and then several that are pretty low. So that, in that case, the mean would be higher than the median for a distribution that looks like this. And I think it was just in some ways sort of the sense of the group, others can comment as well, that using the median discards those very sensitive species in a way, so it doesn't take them into account. And so instead having something that represented more than half of the species would be more protective and more in line with what the committee thought was reasonable. Does anyone else want? And what I don't know is if others agree with that, but also if that logic is represented well in this document.
Yeah, so first of all, my understanding, without being an expert in this area, is that you summarized that reasonably. And second, I defer to others to make sure that we have represented things well in what we've written. And if we need to, we'll come back to this or other parts of this tomorrow after people have had a chance to look at it. And then you can present, larger edits if we need to. So is there anything in this paragraph, Alex?
I would say there's nothing in this paragraph, but that view, we'll have to go through the rest of the report, but it's definitely in our response to the clarifications document. So this is an area where, again, we can, if it's not very clear in the draft report, we can use the language that we just wrote up and make sure to integrate that. So I think we're covered.
Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna put your name on that, that as the lead, just so I know who to look at tomorrow. Thank you. I think we're ready to move on to the next paragraph, 13 to 18. Wait a minute. Yes, 13 to 18. That's at the top of the page. And how about 20 to 23? All right, 25 to, what's next? Where's my cursor? 25 to 36. I am, let me see, make sure I'm not lost track where I am. Okay. So now we're on to charge question number 2, starts on line 38, and the paragraph that's line 42 on page 15 through 2 on page 16. And then moving on to lines 4 through 15. And I had a probably a relatively minor question on line 12 that says relationship. I think it originally said data. Maybe that's a detail that doesn't matter, but and this looks like it might be a place where we need to add some suggested changes based on what we wrote up over the weekend. All right, how about the paragraph that starts on line 17 and ends on line 26?
Leanne, just to highlight that in that previous paragraph is where we highlight that the current standard does not provide sufficient protection against reduced growth effects in sensitive species. So we have that there.
Okay, and just to remind, what line are you talking about, Alex? Oh, there it
looks like it's line 9 and 10 in response to what the question that Jason raised. So we do have that in the report.
Okay, great. Thank you. Terry, you have your hand up.
Yeah, at the end of line 25. Just these CASAC members, given the discussion this morning, I would suggest rewording that. I'm not sure what these CASAC members refers to anyway.
Okay, so we'll just drop these CASAC and say CASAC members do not find this to be protective. And also, I think that sentence that you flagged, Terry, that starts on line 24, that's another one that the group's going to think about. Is that right, Alex?
Yes.
Okay, so
Line 25, correct? Leanne?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So we'll come back to that first thing tomorrow morning. Judy.
Yeah, the sentence I previously noted probably more appropriate here. Just add because impacts on other species remain unknown, then we add the impact of. See, the other sentence I suggest it was the from Earth Justice was impacts of 17 ppm hours of ozone on other species would be anticipated to be significant. That's probably be explained because current the 17 ppm W126 only protect half of it. So anyway, Alex and I probably work on this.
Okay. So you
just to replace this case, I member do not find the levels to be protective with other species would be anticipated to be significant.
Okay. Sounds like we might not need to come back to that if that's all the change that we need, but we can confirm that quickly tomorrow morning. Now we get to the place where we are, let's see, we are summarizing our results, and I think we will leave on line 28, this is line 28 through 42, and we will leave the asterisk with the footnote in the report and with whatever edits are appropriate for whatever reference to the appendix. Is there any other text that needs to be edited in this paragraph? Jennifer. You're muted, Jennifer.
Thank you. I was going to recommend this at a different spot, but I think it's relevant here with the asterisk about in line 28.
Mm-hmm.
So all of the CASAC members, except for one, I think it might be useful there to indicate how many CASAC members there are total, especially I think in a different spot, it might be in an asterisk that it was the entire panel, but I think it would be useful given the discussion this morning to indicate how many members that actually encompasses.
Yeah, it seems to me that belongs in the footnote, which is this asterisk refers to a common footnote throughout. So we'll address that in the footnote.
Thank you.
So I had one question on line 41, where we're making the point that the approach in Lee et al. 2022 was standardized for all species, and we gave one example. Is there any reason to add more there, more details? Are there other important aspects that we should be highlighting, or is that enough?
You say that again, Leanne? Sorry.
Yeah, so line 41, this is a sentence that starts on line 40 that says the statistical approach in Lee et al. 2022 was standardized for all species, e.g. a 92-day period was employed. And my question was, given the importance of this paper and our emphasis on it, should we be, instead of just giving one example, should we be listing, being more thorough? And maybe this is also a place where we mention, or somewhere, we talked about the fact that Lee and Hogshead were, oh, it does say in the previous sentence, was not peer reviewed. Never mind, that's in there already. All right, hearing no comments, I'll assume that we don't need to make further changes to that. So let's see. Starting now on the next page, page 17, first 1 through 5 is a paragraph on the averaging time. And then moving on to lines 7 through 17 as well. George, you have a comment.
Yeah, a quick note, line 15 says the standard proposed here, probably should say recommended here.
Yeah, that's good. Yes. All right, we'll make that change. That's the kind of one word that we probably do need to pay attention to. Danica.
Just wondering if we wanted to think about incorporating any of the National Park Service comments here in terms of protecting against welfare effects. They highlighted that for the secondary standard, highlighting that the importance of protecting class 1 areas, and also provided in their written comments, provided estimates of biomass reduction under the current air quality standards. I know that that's not quite the same as showing what we would recommend, but just highlighting that the current approach, especially in regions where this is exceeded, is not protecting the welfare, especially in those areas.
Okay. So this is for paragraph that 7 through 17, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I was just, and this is open for discussion with the other panel members. I just was wondering, based on those new comments that I heard today, if that's something that we wanted to talk about, because this is talking about protecting against public welfare and sensitive species, this particular paragraph.
Okay, thank you. Terry, did you want to weigh in on that?
Well, I agree with Danica, but would that be better in the next paragraph where the National Park Service is mentioned?
You mean paragraph 19 through 26?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that could work.
Okay. It looked like Judy wanted to say something. Did you?
No. I'm fine.
Is this something that I can task the subgroup, which I guess Alex has been defaulted to lead with help from others to, and Danica to help figure out what we're going to do? It would probably be most productive if we have a document like has been shared by some of the other panelists already that sort of says line such and, like we saw with Judy's comments, line such and such, change it or add or whatever. If we could have that to look at tomorrow morning, that would be super awesome, because it's hard to keep track of these details otherwise. Alex.
In that spirit, I'm taking notes, but could you also share your document with all of the annotations so we make sure we don't miss any of them?
Yeah, I'm not doing as good a job as I would if I wasn't chairing the meeting, but I'll do my best. Yeah, Aaron and I think will go through at the end of the day today. We will go through and provide summaries of the places that we heard that we needed to have these done, and then hopefully we'll all be on the same page. So we've talked a little bit about lines 19 through 26 as well. And then there's line 28 through 31. Yeah, so now the more challenging conversation starts on line 33 of page 17, goes all the way to the end of page of line 25 on page 18. And these are Jim's dissenting comments, and we're proposing that this go in an appendix. And then I think the question is, and this is maybe more for Jim to propose, if you're ready to do so today, the question is, how do we briefly talk about your dissent?
So I've been working on it here. I've narrowed it down to 7 sentences, so I don't know what my limit is, but I'll read my 7 sentences, and then I guess we can see if everybody thinks it's too much. Is that okay for me to do that?
Yeah, 7 sentences sounds a little long to me for a brief mention when there's going to be a long elaboration in the appendix, but go ahead and read them.
Let's see, I'm trying to see if okay, well, I'll read them. The first sentence will start out similar to what's here. However, one CASAC member, I'm thinking I can delete the relying on the information presented in the PA. I don't think we need that. So, however, one CASAC member supports the EPA staff preliminary conclusion that the body of evidence and the quantitative risk air quality and exposure analysis do not call into clinch. So that sentence all the way to the end. So that would be the first sentence. And then jump down to, I don't have the lines here. I have my edited version. Let me see.
I mean, my proposal would be see the appendix for details on the rationale in the spirit of I think that first sentence is really important. My proposal is that's what the purpose of the appendix is, to provide the dissenting opinion in its fullness. And otherwise we're we're going to be it's going to be repeated there and here, and that seems like that's duplicative.
Well, I think my most important point is that, the recommendation of the other CASAC members, 7 to 9 ppm hours not to be exceeded more than 2 years out of 5 years, that's not supported with any type of risk and exposure assessment. And the risk and exposure assessment looks at the, it looks at the distributions of the concentrations, both temporally and spatially. It also looks at the locations of the vegetation that's impacted, the trees, the crops, the plants, and setting, I think my most important point is that, when you set the standard at a level, it actually provides a lot of protection far below the standard. When you set the level of the standard at 9 ppm hours, it doesn't mean that every W126 for the entire year is sitting right at 9 ppm hours. That is the maximum value at the highest location in a whole area, which means many times of the year it's much lower, and other areas it's much lower than that. And so that, by setting the standard at a level, it actually provides plenty of protection well below the standard. And that's what the risk and exposure does. And there's no risk and exposure assessment associated with these alternative standards to see what would be adequate or not adequate. That's my main point. If I could get at least a sentence or two about that point. I mean, I think that's a critical point to me.
Yeah, okay, so that sounds like, a sentence that's your key point, and then the rest of the details could go in the appendix. And obviously, it sounds like you would want to elaborate on that one as well.
Yeah, in the appendix. So I guess I had some language here. This CASAC member notes that, right, the secondary standard based on the is not supported by a welfare risk and exposure assessment. This is a key step in understand. My last sentence was recommending alternative secondary standards without the support of it, and WREA is inappropriate and should be viewed with extreme skepticism, because I just don't see how you can do it without the middle step, kind of skipping right from the first step to the last step and skipping the middle step. I just don't know how you do that. So I guess my question is, how much can I put in the charge question? The rest of the panel's got what, like 10 pages in there. Am I just going to get one sentence? Is that the or two sentences?
You get in the appendix, you get to say as much as you want. And I think the key point, as one opinion out of 18, the key point here is that there is a dissenting opinion. And the main, a second sentence that highlights the main concerns with it, seems like that captures the essence of it. And then, of course, there could be a third sentence which says that additional details are in the Appendix C.
So I guess my question is, nobody else on the panel thinks that that's an important step in the process? Risk and exposure assessment?
Well, one of the things that I want to highlight is, and we actually, in our consensus comments on our PM review, noted that the scientific evidence, I'm not going to word it properly, but it is in my individual comments, because I picked that sentence out of our PM review. That the scientific evidence should be given as much and really more weight than the risk and the exposure assessment. So I don't think that it is inappropriate to draw conclusions about the evidence without a risk and exposure assessment. And as a matter of fact, as we heard from one of the public speakers this morning, that is not required, that we use information from a risk and exposure assessment to draw conclusions about the scientific evidence. So that's my statement. I think that your perspective should be well represented, and so there will be, you already have that here, and we will move that into the appendix, and you've already proposed some additions, and you're welcome to propose some additional ones as your dissenting comment. Alexandra.
Jim, given the lengthy discussion we've had about the different methods, Lee and Hogsett, Lee et al., and also the combination of those two studies. In your comments, you mentioned that according to Table 4A11, a median of 6%, et cetera, that's based on the combination of the studies. So could you just specify that so that the reader knows which approach you're referring to? Since we're all going to do that, I think it would be great to be consistent.
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, so I will get my intro sentence that and then one substantive sentence and then a C appendix sentence, it sounds like.
Yeah, I think that's what we're headed to right now.
Okay, well, can I email in my I guess, my 3 sentences
Yes,
later today?
please.
Okay.
Yeah, please. We appreciate that. I don't think that we want to do that right now.
Okay.
And then I think, where are we? So the next paragraph is the beginning of the CASAC consensus rebuttal that will also go in the appendix. So this will be moved to the appendix as well. And we will have to decide how we're going to, how much additional detail, if any, we want to put in the rebuttal in the appendix. And I also welcome volunteers who might want to work on that. And I won't make you volunteer in public if you don't want to, but I may twist your arm in private. Okay, I'm looking at the time. We might have already lost Howie. We've got lines 34 to 39 about the climate impacts. Any additional changes to that? There was a comment by Mark Frampton about lines 35 through 36. That elevated concentrations of ozone are important for global climate and that emissions from the US are contributing to that warming. Suggested he wanted some clarification of that.
Yeah, and I defer to the experts in the secondary standard that crafted this. Maybe it's obvious to them, but I didn't realize that ozone was considered a greenhouse gas per se, and was just looking for a little more clarity on that. But if everybody is happy with it, then I'm fine with it.
Including that might not be worth, it would probably be worth saying directly, because I know there seem to be a number of us that have been learning that over this process, and Jason's our expert in this area, but so anything that makes it clearer to the readers that it's a greenhouse gas is probably worth a small minor edit, and I would think that's not anything we need to deliberate. We can just add that offline. Terry.
Yeah, I had asked that at one of our previous meetings, and in this sentence, I'm agreeing with Mark here. The sentence, it says it's important for global climate, but then the next sentence sort of negates that and says it's not straightforward to relate concentrations. So, is it important or is it not straightforward? I was confused.
I think my understanding is that it's both. Speaking for Jason, it is an important greenhouse gas, but how you deal with it is really hard. Is that a fair summary, Jason?
Yeah, so one of the important phrases here is at ground level. So how do you relate ozone concentrations at ground level with climate change that results from it, I guess? Yeah. So yeah, I think it's easy to revise the first sentence to include that it's a greenhouse gas. I mean, that's in the PA, but for people reading this document, it's fine to say that.
Okay, so maybe you can propose that. I don't think we need to deliberate on it further.
Okay.
Thank you. So now I'm looking at page 19 and all of our bullet points for additional research. And I think once we get through this, we are going to take a 5-minute break. Terry, your hand's still up. Is that just left over?
No, I was waiting for this, I sort of agree with Danica, and I think based on Emmy from the National Forest Service this morning and being sort of a national park nut, I think that should be included in here. The national parks are special, and I think future research should focus on them.
Okay, do you mind crafting a bullet to suggest? I don't think we'll need to deliberate that future research, but we can make that point and we'll get the final language.
Sure, unless Danica wants to do it.
Great. Thank you.
I'll try and craft something and see if that works for you for tomorrow.
Great.
Thank
you. All right. All right. All right. So I want to take a 5-minute break. So come back at, what time is it? It's 20 after the hour. Come back at 25 after the hour. All right, are we ready to get back to it? No, that was a short break, but we have so much to get done here. I'm going to move on to chapter 1 and so this is now on PDF page 11 and document page number 1 of our consensus comments. And anything that needs to be changed in chapter 1 text. All right.
PDF page 11, did you say?
I did say PDF page 11, but it's document page 1.
Okay, well, it's not PDF 11.
It's not?
At least not on my copy.
Just look at the page number on the bottom. It's page 1.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's not, it's just sometimes easy to navigate if you need to jump around. All right, chapter 2, we're at page 2 of the document. First paragraph 1 to 14. How about the second paragraph 16 to 27? How about the third paragraph, lines 29 to 40? Is there anything we need to talk about the US background? Do we need to get any advice from the legal experts at EPA about the US background? George.
Yeah, there was some question about the conflict based on the legal history, and I think we were seeking comment from EPA as to how that should be, how background can be considered, as it says here, line 38 to 40, if it can be considered, or how in the setting of NACs, or if it is only an implementation issue.
So if there's somebody from EPA that can help us with this and whether there's anything we need to do to change our advice, I would really appreciate it.
What's the question? Thanks, Leanne. I guess I'm going to check to see if Melina Williams is on the phone. She is our legal guidance for this review.
Yeah, there's Melina.
Just getting off, getting my video on. Right, so I think there's actually some discussion of the cases in the PA. So you would, if you looked at the chapter 1 of the PA, we've talked about various cases in that context. And perhaps some of the confusion is coming from the fact that there are 2 different cases that we discuss in this regard. One of them is Murray Energy. And in that case, the argument that was being presented to the court, and I think part of what's going on here is that the court has addressed this issue sort of in these 2 different contexts, but that was presented in a different fact pattern. And so what the court has said about it has been a little bit different based on the fact pattern. So in the Murray Energy decision, the court was presented with an argument that essentially EPA was required to take background ozone concentrations into account when setting the NACs in order to deviate from the level of protection that the administrator thought was scientifically appropriate. And so the court rejected that argument and said that in that context, we were not required to set a standard that would not be requisite to protect public health based on consideration of background ozone. And in that context, it was appropriate to not consider background ozone. So there's that set of circumstances, right, that we are not required to set a standard that would otherwise be not requisite based on background ozone. But then there's a different situation where we did consider background ozone concentrations in the context of choosing between scientifically acceptable and reasonable levels. And in that situation, the court upheld our decision and thought that that was reasonable. So there's sort of 2 different fact patterns where it presents. And that's why you see it discussed in different ways in the PA. Does that help clarify?
Let me
Yeah.
clarify then. If there's a range that is presented to EPA, within that range, then background can be considered. Do I have that correct?
I think that would be consistent with what the DC Circuit has said in case law.
Okay, thank you.
So is there a change that we should make to our text that starts on line 38? Tim, do you want to make a comment?
Yeah, because I think this was my section. I was the one who put the things together. I think it still might be okay as is. I think it would be good to clarify that in the document, which I think was in chapter 1. And you know, I think we read the multiple cases and saw the two, but you know, it sort of looked like conflicting information, but what was just explained made it a little more clearer. So I mean, if I don't know if a little more clarity could be provided where this is discussed in chapter 1, I think that would be useful.
So do you want to propose some edits to this text that accomplishes that? I mean, this is in chapter 2, but I guess we can even refer to chapter 1 here since this is where it comes up.
Yeah, there's nothing in the chapter 1 introduction on document, on page 1. There's nothing about USB in that. There could be, but there isn't.
In chapter 1 is where they talked about the case laws about backgrounds, right, George?
Yes, so in our consensus response, the USB is not mentioned. It could be.
I guess part of it was also, I remember now. So I think our comment here was, as you jump into reading chapter 2, when you get to the USB part, it would be nice to have a brief summary of how USB can or cannot be used in setting the standard versus implementation of the standard. That way, when you read the section on USB, you kind of understand how that information could be used. So I think maybe that's what our comment was, that that in the chat, right, in chapter 2, right, chapter 1 talks about the case laws. In chapter 2, we just wanted at the start of the USB section to have a short summary of how USB is used in NAC setting and versus implementation, just so as we read the section, we understand the context. So
yeah, that wording sounds fine to me.
And I think what we're saying here is EPA should clearly state if USB can be considered in setting the NACs, or if background considered in it.
Yeah, or it turns out how it can be considered, because apparently sometimes it can and sometimes it can't.
Yeah, so should we?
Yeah, so we should change the word to how.
Yeah.
That's clear, and refine this to make it clear that you want a short summary that makes that point. Judy.
Yeah, I mean, I have a question on the earlier paragraph now, but after we finish this one.
Okay. All right, so we got some wordsmithing to do there to make sure that's clear. Go ahead, Judy.
Okay, for line 25 to 27 on this page, I like to change the last sentence to providing continuous monitoring year-round will provide valuable information on seasonal and annual trends of ozone, giving the evidence that replace analysis of seasonal average ozone trend, and continue with giving the evidence from some studies for chronic ozone exposure may be used for health and welfare metrics. I want to emphasize the continuous monitoring year-round, also giving the Park Service some of the comments, some of the highest ozone is not really captured or being required to report it too.
Okay, so it sounds like we need to alter or or add a sentence there.
Yeah, the last sentence on line 25, replacing analysis of season average ozone trend might be useful to what I point out. I can send that to Erin.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Judy. I think we are on to the text that starts at the bottom of page 2 with table 2-1 and ends on page 3 at line 6. Judy, I'm assuming your hand's left over, or do you have another comment? Oh, okay. How about chapter 2, lines 8 through 16? All right, moving on to chapter 3, where we will have considerably more discussion. First of all, we have the first paragraph. I know Mark had a bunch of suggested changes to this section. And my edits suggest that even this first paragraph, lines 23 through 31, have some changes, mostly I think some deletions, if I'm keeping track of it properly. So maybe we should put up Mark's changes and go through those. Yeah, let's start with not the letter. So we are on page 3. I thought there was something. Oh, there wasn't anything before. Maybe it was my edits beyond Mark's that I was recommending. So let's see, where am I? So I'm recommending that we retain the text on lines 23 through 29, that sentence that ends on line 29, and delete the next sentence. The staff's approach perspective did not appear to change. And then insert text that's moved from below that I think is partly things that Mark had deleted. So I'm going to just read it out loud. The approach taken in chapter 3 of the PA, summarized in figure 3-1, is consistent with that taken in the 2020 PA and in the 2014 PA. The current draft PA responds to the CASAC's comments in the 2020 ISA on November 22nd, 2022, in part by expanding the justification of the approach. The risk estimates have been revised, updated, improved, and the presentation is clear. That's all moved from below. However, in spite of the CASAC's November 2022 comments on the 2020 ISA, highlighting the primary reasons why ozone-controlled human exposure studies may underestimate or miss ozone effects at low concentrations, and advising that, quote, when evaluating ozone health effects at low concentrations and at-risk groups, epidemiological findings should be considered to be just as or even more relevant than the controlled human exposure findings in determining an exposure level with no adverse effects, unquote. The staff's approach and consequently the risk estimates are not substantially different from the 2020 PA. So that's my recommended edits to this first paragraph, and it brings some stuff from below and just sort of summarizes what was done in the overarching comments. All right, not hearing any further comments on that. We will start on this page 3, line 38. Mark made substantial changes here in the document, which we'll go over. George, you have your hand up first.
Yeah, turn on the video here. So line 40, the CHE data is strong. Maybe the CHE data is clear instead of strong.
Yeah, I think that's all going to go.
Okay. Okay.
So, uh, but let's make sure that that we say that kind of thing. All right. So
I'm sorry. What? Sorry, I missed the.
Yeah.
What was your response to the comment, or what is your proposed solution to, instead of saying the data is strong, to say it is clear? I prefer clear, and I wasn't sure what you're proposing. Is the
I'm proposing that it's going to be deleted.
Okay, then it's irrelevant. All right, thank you.
Yeah, and Mark's about to go walk us through this, I'm hoping. So where we're at is line 38 of page 3 down to line 13 of page 4. And maybe Aaron can put up Mark's comments, and Mark, you can walk us through this. I see your hand up, Mark, but
Sorry, I didn't unmute here and on video. There we go. Sorry. So what I thought happened here a little bit in this draft was some duplication in the response to charge question 1 with what we put into charge question 2. So what I tried to do was move some of the stuff that was in the beginning of the response to charge question 2, because it really more responded to charge question 1, and to merge it with what was originally in the response to charge question 1. So that's what my edits came from, and I can just go through them briefly here. And yeah, they're here on the screen. The heading I changed just because the heading originally said evidence for controlled human exposure studies, but the paragraph deals with both CHE and EPI studies. So I just changed the heading to reflect that. And then, as it says, to eliminate some of this duplication, I proposed revising that paragraph to what's stated here. The risk assessment continues to be driven by the findings from the ozone CHE studies, et cetera. The 6.6 hour studies that have shown effects on airway function and inflammation as low as 60 ppb. The PA acknowledges the limitations and uncertainty of this approach, but justifies continued reliance on the CHE because they are the most certain. The exclusion of consideration of the EPI data is concerning and puzzling, given the strong statement on pages, so forth, that there are multiple studies with strong evidence linking ozone exposures with respiratory emergency department visits and hospital admissions. The strong EPI evidence for short-term respiratory health effects is excluded from the risk analysis on the basis that the majority of studies are conducted in areas that would not have met the current standard, and then just goes on to point out that the data, the EPI data, don't support the EPA's assertion that the higher concentrations drive the risk estimate, and that in fact many studies that have evaluated this question find higher concentration response estimates at lower concentrations.
Yeah, and I want to highlight.
Go on.
Sorry, Mark, I didn't mean to interrupt
No,
you.
go ahead.
It's probably a good place to pause for a second. And I wanted to highlight that the bulk of this text is actually moved from below, and it's not actually new text. The only thing that this is based on my looking last night and this morning, the 2014 risk and exposure assessment did do analysis of EPI studies, including the Strickland 2010 study that we've given a lot of attention to. There's estimates of the going from 75 down to different levels, not 70, but still there's all that analysis. So what was said in this PA is really inconsistent with what was done in the last risk and exposure assessment. And there was also in the last policy assessment, there was what was called a cutoff analysis, which progressively, and I mentioned this earlier in response to one of the public commenters, that progressively took away the higher exposure days and looked at the concentration response function. So, this information is missing from this, and I know that's a concern for Jim, but it's been done by EPA. So I'm thinking we want to actually add some text that that notes that some of the risk analyses, it doesn't even make sense. The argument doesn't even make sense given EPA did that kind of analysis in the last review. So it's even more puzzling that it wasn't done. Jim.
Yeah, so you're right, it was done in the last review. It was not done in this review. That was part of my new comments that I had submitted, and which I don't think has been mentioned is the reason it probably wasn't done was because last time it showed that there were no benefits to reducing the ozone concentrations when they ran the EPI through the REA. And what they found was, looking at my notes here, the alternative ozone standards tended to reduce the high ambient ozone concentrations at the upper end of the distribution and increase relatively low ozone concentrations at the lower end. Seasonal means of daily concentrations showed minimal changes upon air quality adjustment, reflecting the seasonality balance between daily decreases and increases in ambient concentrations. The resulting compression in distributions of ambient ozone concentration is evident in all of the urban case studies that were evaluated. In fact, there were some locations where lower ozone standards resulted in an increase in the number of ozone-related hospital admissions and deaths. So that's what came out of the last one. And I'm guessing that's maybe why they didn't repeat it here, because it really showed there were no impacts.
All right, well, we probably are not in a place to really deliberate this, given we haven't reviewed this document. I certainly only looked at it over the past 24 hours, and I focused on the Strickland study, which is cited in their table as 2007 incorrectly. It shows percent changes in ozone related risks that range between 4 and 13%, depending on various things having to do with how the size of the reduction of the standard and so on. I highlight that mostly because that's the study we've mostly been talking about in our comments. Anyway, so there's clearly a concern here that wasn't done, and I guess we need to reach consensus on this edited version, which, as I said, is mostly text that was already in a different part in our document. And it's probably not worth it at this point, but commenting that it had that risks analyses had been done in the previous review might strengthen some of our points about why wasn't it done. All right, anything else? All right, let's move on to the paragraph that starts on page 4, line 25 excuse me, line 15 is the header. Application of risk estimates to children, and goes through line 33, and Mark has substantial changes. Oh, wait a minute. I think I skipped something. Mark, you had some additional changes to, I'm sorry, to the previous text that I skipped over. My apologies. You also, adding to the end of the controlled human and epi studies section, you had edited the existing text. The NAAQS primary standard is for ozone and other photochemical oxidants, and you added ozone controlled human exposure studies involve exposures to essentially pure ozone without other oxidants or pollutants. In this sense, epidemiologic studies, which inherently include exposure to ambient photochemical oxidants in addition to ozone, are more relevant to the standard. And then there was additional text that was deleted from that. So everything that we've read between Mark and I is what's the proposed changes. And one thing that we may want to come back to when we talk about our response to EPA's request for clarification was whether any of those details get added into here. Okay, seeing no more hands, I'm going to now move us on to where line 15 through 33 of page 4, and ask Mark again to summarize his recommended changes. I think
yes.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So yeah, page 4 again revised the heading just to put together the discussion about children and other at-risk populations, the outdoor workers primarily. And again, this is moved from elsewhere in the report, and the comments are there, revised starting on line 27. Talks about that at-risk populations are described in the ISA and focus on children with asthma. Inappropriate to extrapolate findings of CHE studies involving healthy adult participants to children, especially children with asthma. The sensitivity of children may go beyond transient reductions in lung function to include airway injury, increased airways responsiveness, and increased epithelial permeability to inhaled allergens, possibly increasing risk for the development of asthma, as discussed in section 3311 of the ISA. And then it says the absence of children from the key CHE studies used in the risk assessment and the likelihood of respiratory effects beyond lung function changes limits the use of CHE studies and risk estimation for these reasons. CHE should not be used to infer an exposure concentration threshold for health effects. Now, and given that EPA has pointed out there are studies involving children, healthy children, not asthmatic children, and we respond to that in the response that we've discussed by email that we'll talk about tomorrow. I don't see anything that needs to be changed here, because here the statement is there are no children in the key CHE studies that were used in the risk assessment are the 6.6 hour studies. The children's studies were all shorter than that. So I don't think necessarily we need to change this test, although we could.
Maybe we should add in the sentence, the absence of children from the reviewed CHE studies used in the risk assessment, just to make that clear, and then perhaps drop the "and" in the literature, because there are a couple in the literature.
Drop the "and"? Oh.
In the
original.
parenthetical "and" in the literature, because that's not correct.
So, yeah, but that's dropped. I took that out in the revision.
I see it in the text in front of us on line 29.
Wait a minute here.
Maybe it didn't make it. Maybe it didn't make it.
Yeah, you're right. The absence of children from the key CHE study. Well, so what I've got here is the absence of children from the key CHE studies used in the risk assessment and the likelihood of respiratory effects beyond lung function changes limits the use of CHE studies in risk estimation. For these reasons, they should not be used. So, am I missing something?
Yeah, I'm not. Are you reading what's in front of us?
Well, maybe not. I'm reading it from my copy of it here. No, well, yeah. So that got changed.
Okay.
The version that I have is 5/17/23, preliminary comments from Dr. Mark Frampton on the 5/2/23 draft.
Okay.
External review draft version 2. Is that the one we're looking at here?
Looks like
what document are we looking at?
Looks
Aaron,
like
if you could control to the heading and just make sure that the date on this, why is it different? Yeah, 5/17. Boy, it looks the same. What is the wrong here? So we are on page 4. Page 4, line 27 to 33. And in the letter from the reviewed CHE studies. Well, I don't know what happened.
Okay.
I'm looking at a version that's slightly different. But
Okay.
yeah, take that out.
Okay.
I mean, I can reread the sentence that I have.
Yeah, would you do that?
The absence of children from the key CHE studies used in the risk assessment and the likelihood of respiratory effects beyond lung function changes, limits the use of CHE studies in risk estimation. For these reasons, CHE should not be used to infer an exposure concentration threshold for health effects.
Okay, let's make sure that Aaron gets it, so we can get that language in there.
That's weird that it got
Yeah, I
changed.
know, it is weird.
I mean, I do remember revising that.
Right.
So I think, I think I might have, Aaron, I might have sent you a revised version, and maybe that isn't this one.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Ed, did you want to make a further comment?
I just have a question and clarification, Mark. your last sentence about CHE should not be used to infer on your, or I should say, your last sentence on your revised comments, where you say that CHE should not be used to infer threshold. That sort of implies like don't use them, but you're talking about them in the context because of their shortfalls with regard to the extrapolation to incorporation and integration of children or lack of children as that sensitive population. So I just want to be clear that we don't that the meaning is clear, that we're not saying don't use CHEs period, but rather that we're just saying that this is sort of overreaching its bounds.
Yes, and that's certainly the intent here. It says, again, limits the use of CHD studies should not be used to infer an exposure concentration threshold for health effects. Maybe that needs to be wordsmithed a little for clarity. But yeah, certainly not saying that GHG studies should not be used. I mean, they have been used for many years in quantifying the effects and showing dose responses and establishing the mechanisms involved and who is, the consistency of the responses, all those things that we've talked about. And the concern here that I have with the way they're being used in the PA is this use of the threshold. And they've been used that way by EPA for decades in determining the standard. And it's only, the standard has gone down only because of these prolonged hour CHE studies in healthy adults. And the problem is, as we've discussed, there's lots of reasons why people may suffer adverse effects at concentrations below those that have been demonstrated in the human studies. And so the intent here is just to point that out and say, that they're not, that's not their strength. They don't establish a they don't establish a safe threshold for ozone exposure. Nobody knows what that, if there is a threshold, but there's lots of evidence from the EPI that there may not be a threshold. And to use the clinical studies in healthy people to say that there is inappropriate. So that's the intent here. Any revision to make that clearer is welcome.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, Leanne, go on.
No, I was going to say that in our clarification to EPA, I think we addressed that issue to some degree too. We use language like absence of evidence of an effect is not evidence that the effect is absent. Yeah. So that's
just a note, Leanne. I had the wrong version up. The correct version is up now. For those watching the webcast, the correct version is also up on the web page now as well.
All right, thank you, Aaron, for clarifying that, and that helps. And we don't have to be yeah, I still think we should probably strike the "and" in the literature, since that we are aware of some studies in the literature that's on line 29, and maybe add the clarification about the risk assessment. Terry.
Yeah, again, if that's still not the version that I have in front of me.
All right, well, we're going to put our heads together when we're and make sure we get the right language and stated our intent, so we don't have to wordsmith here. Terry.
I'm agreeing with Ed here. It may be the intent to diminish the reliance on the controlled human exposure studies, but the wording here, and I think maybe in the next paragraph, make it seem like we're saying don't use them. It seems a little bit biased. And given that NOx and SOx NACs are also based on human exposure controlled studies, I I wouldn't go too far to pretend that excuse me, CHEs aren't that important. They do provide a lot of good data.
Yeah, and maybe we could add that to that sentence. For these reasons, CHEs, although they have many scientific benefits in understanding the effects of ozone exposure, they should not be used to infer, etc. Are we in agreement, though, that it's inappropriate to use the CHEs to establish a safe exposure level?
Yes, I am, but I think the question is, again, how you phrase it. I like most of what you said in terms of your proposed revision, although I might have stated a little more positively, but that's just a wordsmithing issue. So we can maybe go back and forth tonight and share with you what I would propose with the end of that sentence. And you can come up with something hopefully agree on.
Whoops,
Okay.
sorry. Maybe you could send around an edit on that. That'd be great.
And it sounds like we need to make sure, Mark, that Aaron has the version you've been looking at, since still don't have it in front of us. Christina.
So I'm thinking that the focus of these two paragraphs are application risk estimates to children in at-risk populations. So that's really the kind of clarification that we need for this, because we're really talking about why the CHEs are an issue for estimating the risk in the children. So I think if we include that in this final sentence, I think that would help to address it to, CHE studies are not appropriate for this analysis for children. And that'll be pretty simple just to add that in.
Yeah, and okay, thank you for that. Terry.
So I guess I disagree with the statement. Having done a lot of animal studies in my career and always looking up to the people doing human exposure studies and how impactful they are. I mean, healthy people, there's asthmatics, the couple studies have kids. They may not give a strict absolute threshold, but they sure tell me a heck of a lot. So I feel it's still worded too strongly to say that this says nothing about a threshold. It gives some of the strongest evidence that one could hope in a study, which is a human and susceptible. Of course, as Christina said, it doesn't tell you anything about kids except in a couple studies, but it sure doesn't say anything about kids in long-term effects.
Yeah, so I think we're all agreeing that these studies are really informative, and if they detect an effect at a level that's scientifically really important. But saying when they don't detect an effect, that means that the level is, that it's safe or it's not adverse, I think is where we're having problems. So I think you agree with that, Terry, based on what you just said. These studies are really super informative for if they pick up an effect, for telling us that. They're not so helpful for telling us things that they don't pick up.
True, but they're as good as one can usually get at finding that pseudo threshold.
Well, that's if you believe that that they can tell you something about the threshold, pseudo threshold. I think several of us are arguing that they can't give us that information down at that low level for all the reasons that they, and I think we articulated this maybe a little bit more clearly differently maybe is a better word, in the document that was circulated as my individual comments last night. Michael.
Yes, I kind of agree with Terry on. I would not like to see us proposing CHEs not be used. I think in this case, there could be future CHE studies that address things better, but perhaps we could just mitigate the proscription by saying CHEs alone should not be used. And then go along with some of the, Mark's better articulated explanation of what was lacking.
I like that.
Okay, thank you. Jeremy.
Yeah, I think I'm going to kind of weigh in and support what Terry was saying too. It's not so much expressed here, but maybe it was more in the individual comments, but I think the tendency to overstate the limitations of CHEs in saying something about a lower threshold. And I think that, observational or epi studies have similar problems when it comes to picking out thresholds as well, methodologically and otherwise. But so it's not here. I think it was more in the individual comments. And sorry, I didn't look at how that was worded in the last version, Leanne, but I would try to kind of soften the language around this ability or inability of the CHEs to look at safe exposure thresholds. I mean, I think that in some circumstances they can say quite a bit, or certainly as much as other lines of evidence can. So yeah, so I'm just kind of supporting Terry's gut feeling here.
So you're suggesting that they can inform a lower bound. Is that
well?
what
I mean, I think I would probably like to use maybe different language. Like here, you say avoid using CHEs. We say avoid using CHEs data to infer safe exposure thresholds. I would say something about appreciate the limitations in having CHEs inform lower safe thresholds or something to that line. But I would kind of soften, the definitiveness of those statements regarding the CHEs. It kind of depends on the designs. It depends on the aims, and it's as susceptible in some cases to biases as other lines of evidence, including the epi studies.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I can support that change.
Okay, thanks. Christina.
Yeah, so again, agreeing with what, Terry and what Jeremy just said, but just maybe as a suggestion for the last sentence, CHEs alone should not be used to infer an exposure concentration threshold for health effects in children. Just as a possible way of wording that last sentence.
But I don't think it's limited to children. I think the issue is for the general population, and it really could apply to any group that hasn't been studied in the CHEs or studied adequately.
Yeah, I do understand you were saying that, but I'm just wondering if there is consensus among that for everyone.
I think we're not
And
setting,
maybe
we're not
it is.
proposing, but we're not recommending to the administrator that they set a standard for children. We're talking about a standard that describes protects the entire population. So that's the problem I have with putting in the one for children and the adjustment for children in that.
Okay. Yeah, well, I suppose then if it's not going to be specific to children, then this may be a comment that can be taken out of this section and put in a place that's more general.
Yeah, I mean, this is a section focusing on children and other at-risk populations. So, and there was some oh, that was my yeah, I'll wait to bring that up. Jennifer.
Yeah, I'm thinking here it's actually relevant for both for this section and in general. I actually like the original wording, the original revised wording, maybe from Mark. That I do agree that I think we should point out that there are some pretty important limitations especially with regard to a threshold, from looking at evidence from the CHE studies. And I think, relevant for this section, we certainly can't learn anything for populations not included in these studies and not even evaluated. And I think that's one of the points that Mark was making. But in general, I think, even if we've pointed this out many times, even if for populations that are included in these controlled human exposure studies, there are limitations with regard to what you can learn about a threshold. So I like the original wording, the revised wording that Mark read. And I think we should strongly point it out, the limitations for using the CHE studies in this way, while I completely support pointing out that they have many very positive uses, in terms of looking at evaluating the evidence.
All right, not sure how we're going to navigate. Maybe Michael, you're going to help us figure this out.
Well, I just wanted to point out that Mark sort of deals with it by revising the paragraph heading to include the other at-risk populations. So the paragraph no longer just deals solely with children. And I think those points are really applicable the way he's got it structured now.
Just a note, this should be the correct version. I apologize. I updated the website again too.
All right, so this is what we have in front of us. Okay. And okay, so have we reached consensus about the changes? I've heard several different points of view, from keeping the language, clarifying it should be focused on children since it's a section on children and other at-risk populations. We haven't talked about the next paragraph, which is about outdoor workers, to removing direct reference to thresholds because it implies that the controlled human exposure studies should not be used. And they are clearly useful in many ways. So I'm not 100% sure how we navigate this. Looking at the hour, maybe Jennifer, are you going to help me figure it out?
Well, I just have a suggestion for what we see in front of us. One is that we're in line 29 where it says the absence of children. I think it should be consistent with the heading and read the absence of children and other at-risk populations, in that sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the way this was structured, the first, well, no, there was both. Never mind. Okay. Catherine.
I'm not sure this will do it for everybody, but I'm wondering, it's thinking about wordsmithing this to capture what I'm hearing is, what if instead of saying CHEs should not be used to infer, to say CHEs are inadequate on their own to infer an exposure concentration threshold. So, kind of just pointing to their limitations by pointing out their inadequacy on their own to infer an exposure concentration.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, that sounds like it addresses a lot of the comments that have been made in a balanced way. So
And I would agree with Jennifer's edit in the sentence before also.
Thank you.
Maybe we can move on.
Yep. All right. And then you had a paragraph.
Can I ask a question about the previous one?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, for SO2, did they not use CHEs alone to set the SO2 standard? Maybe someone can remember from the panel. That was my understanding. So, I mean, if we're putting this statement in here and it applies to other, I mean, are we just talking about ozone, or is this a general statement that applies to all NACs?
That's what I was referring to. I was on the NOx panel 2 times ago, and NOx and SOx both relied heavily, if almost not completely, well, maybe not for SO2, but for NOx, I'm pretty sure it relied on the asthma human studies.
Yeah, well, the SO2 was the chamber studies that basically the whole standard was set on the exposure from the chamber studies. That was it, the whole NACs.
And I agree with you, Jim. If we have too strong a statement, it's sort of dinging those other procedures and NACs.
Yeah, you make a good point. So maybe we ought to add ozone health effects.
Yeah, and as my understanding has grown in this topic, what I see is that these controlled human exposure studies are super useful for picking up levels where there's clear justification that the standard should be set at in order to protect public health. What we're running into trouble with now is that the levels that, I mean, if the controlled human exposure studies were picking up effects in adults exercising 6.6 hours at 50 ppb, we wouldn't be having this conversation because we would consider that evidence adequate in and of itself. But because these studies are picking up effects higher than the level that we're recommending, that you can't, using them to set a lower bound suggests that the level should be, the standard shouldn't be lowered. And the argument that I think we're making is there's many things that these studies can't capture. And so using it to set this lower bound is potentially misleading. But if they provided the evidence of the lower bound in and of themselves, I think everyone would agree that that is sufficient evidence. So we need to word it to make that clear, which is why, that I like the idea of the absence of evidence versus the evidence of absence. But I guess as a statistician, it's something I've thought a lot more about than maybe other people have. Ed.
So I have just one comment and one clarifying question. And the comment is Terry's comment regarding NOx and SOx previous NACs. I mean, I also sat on the NOx panel 2 cycles ago, and in that case, it was more than just the controlled chamber studies, because the Children's Health Study, for example, provided information that led to an understanding of NOx and near roadway effects, and led to thinking about the standard. So I think there is more information than just the CHE studies out there that is helpful. With regard to my clarifying question, I think there's been some very useful discussions and suggestions by several of the panel members here about what this final sentence on Mark's revised comments should be. So I'm unclear whether I need to write something or if we have something.
Yeah, maybe we could ask, I think I'm going to ask Mark if he would take the lead in proposing a revised version and send it around to people who have made comments. So I've heard Ed made comments, Terry, Jeremy, Christina. Who else am I missing that needs to be included?
Mike.
Mike, Jennifer, thank you.
Yeah, I will do that. And maybe I'll send it to Aaron and he can distribute it to everybody because I won't remember.
Yeah, that's okay. If we're gonna iterate on it, we need less than half the panel. I guess that's the only thing. But if you want to send it to Aaron and I, we can take we can do that. Terry.
Yeah, real quick, if we included what Jennifer said about children in the sentence one before, and I think Christina said adding CHEs alone should not be used.
Mm-hmm.
That would address 90% or more of my concern if it's just that one word.
Okay. That's where one word can be a lot. All right, thanks. So looking at this text in front of us, Mark also suggested in this paragraph, lines 33 through 37. This is mostly what the text that was there before with minor wordsmithing. So I'm not sure we need to, this was the one that was under the at-risk populations. It used to be in our original draft. It was lines 27 through 33. I don't know that we need to read it. It's fairly minor changes. And then there was a concluding paragraph added, lines 39 to 42. CASAC recommends that EPA, 1, acknowledge the inherent limitations of the controlled human exposure studies in determining risk for children and other at-risk groups that have not been studied. 2, avoid using controlled human exposure data to infer a safe exposure threshold. And 3, incorporate the information available from the epidemiologic studies in the risk assessment. So we need to deliberate on that addition.
If you got rid of 3, just the 3 parentheses, and just combined avoid using CHD data alone to infer and incorporate, that would, to me, that's what we're pushing EPA to do, is combine the two in their assessment.
Combine the two, you mean with the EPI study? I'm sorry, because you
avoid using CHE alone and incorporate the EPI.
Okay, and I guess I got lost in your you said strike number 3, but you didn't mean that.
The actual 3 parentheses, that's all.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'm sorry, but you want to strike number 1.
No, that's fine.
I think he's just the 3 is just a wordsmithing, and some of us are confused because there's 3 points here, 1, 2, and 3. But I think you're suggesting combining 2 and 3 as 1 point. Is that what?
Okay. Yes, I thought that was our objective, is that both should be used in the risk assessment. I mean, I could be wrong. It could be my own opinion.
Yeah, right. And so inferring a safe exposure threshold, then the next step is to use it in the risk assessment as a safe exposure threshold. So I see why you're saying to combine with two. Okay.
I think those are different points.
Yeah. They are different points.
I
in
think
some
there's
way.
3 different points here, and combining them is. I mean, this was I put the numbers in parentheses to try to clarify this because these were points that were already made, but were kind of jumbled together. So that's why I separated them and numbered them. It just seemed a bit clearer. But you know, so you're talking about combining them. I think it's going to get back to being kind of jumbled.
So maybe, Terry, to address your comment, we could, after the word threshold, we could say for purposes of risk assessment. And that would bring in that point in both 2 and 3.
Or
Well,
leave
Terry
it.
was saying, Terry, you were saying add the only in there, using only CHE data to infer, and I certainly agree with that.
That would be good enough.
Okay. All right, I'm looking at the time. We got half an hour left and we got 2 more topics to go over. So let's see how we do. So next, we're now on the original document. We're on page 4, line 35, charge question number 2. And Mark suggested some very substantial changes, which was mostly text, deleting the text, if I get my summary right, deleting the text from line 39 through 15. It's not actually deleted, it was moved above. So we don't need to talk about that because we already did. And then what's now in line 17 through 21 is proposed to be left the same. So I want to see if anybody has any changes or they want to talk about on lines 17 through 21. They're on the screen in front of us and it's page 5. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up. Oh, Jennifer.
I actually wanted to take a look at the very first paragraph. I don't know if I missed, if you could scroll up, Erin, thank you. On the previous page. This is actually a spot where it says it's consistent with the 2014 PA. I don't know if we're going to universally change that throughout, that this idea of that in the 2014 PA, they actually did use the EPI studies.
Oh, that's a good point. Thank you for bringing that up. We should make a point about that. Yeah, that got moved to the overarching comments. And we need to change that because the 2014 PA did have yeah, so we need to, thank you. Mark.
Yeah, but I have to look back at the 2014 PA and CASAC advice, but I correct me if I'm wrong. I think that the risk assessment that was done, even though there may well be a risk assessment look at the EPI evidence, still the standard consideration was based on the human studies then as well. I don't think the EPI data and the EPI analysis ended up being used.
Okay, so we'll check that and we'll get that right. How about that?
Good.
Good
Sounds-
point.
Sounds good to me.
All right, so we'll get that right. Let's see, where are we? Back to line 17 through 21. I didn't hear any comments, so I'm going to move now to the next paragraph. The calculations based on careful and clearly detailed estimations, that's lines 23 through 28. EPA clarified that the 70 should probably be 73, but other than that, I think we don't need any changes. And then also lines 30 to 32 that just starts to make the summary about our points. Then we go on to point number 1, starts on line 34 of page 5. And the first bullet all the way down to including, I think, the figure from Strickland, all the way down to line 9 on page 5, if anybody has any edits to that. And Mark, your hand's still up. I assume that's a leftover. Okay, continuing on, there's the second bullet is on lines 11 through 14. And then page 6, line 16 through to line 3 on page 7. Going on to page 7, line 5, the bullet line 5 through 12. And the remaining 2 bullets for number 1 on lines 14 through 22. So, oh, George, you have your hand up.
Sure. Do we want to, on line 21, criteria be broadened to include maybe, say, high quality studies as opposed to just like all studies, or some words to that effect?
Well, this is brought forward mostly for this is brought forward mostly from our ISA advice, right?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's not critical. I just thought, we don't want to open the floodgates to all studies. There still needs to be a quality review. That's what PACOS is all about.
Yeah, I wonder if we want to go there here.
We don't need to. We don't need to. Not important.
Jennifer.
Yeah, I agree. This isn't what I was going to say, but I think that's referring to the ISA, and probably, it's what was already discussed for the ISA. And I don't think it's worth going into here, other than to make the point that the restriction for studies outside of the US really limits what they're doing here. I had another question. I'm wondering if these bullet points, if this is a place, we heard several times comments about the apex modeling, and if this is a place where we should highlight the concerns, the potential concerns about the apex modeling, because they feed into the policy, the PA.
All right, where do you suggest doing that? Let's see.
I wonder if it's just another bullet point. This is more of a question for everyone else, if this would be the place to do it, under, if it's calling into question the adequacy of the standard. I do think that leads into how the PA assessed that question.
Yeah, so maybe if we're gonna do that, it should be in point 2, which starts on line 24, because that's specifically about reliance on the controlled human exposure studies. And this first one was about the epi evidence, so it's not really relevant to the apex modeling. So I think that's a reasonable point. And if you could craft a bullet to add to number 2 on page 7, that would be awesome. All right. So we are continuing on page 7. The first bullet goes from lines 28 through 10 on page 8. Anybody have any questions or comments? Okay, I'm going to move on to the next bullet, which is also on page 8, lines 12 through 25. Go ahead, George.
Oh, just on line 25, the beginning of that line, insert the word adverse. So it reads, and that, and that affects adverse ozone-related effects. That's in the context of how adverse is used in the ATS statement. It strengthens the statement somewhat.
Oh, so you're talking about on line 24, before the word effects, insert the word adverse?
Well, no, the beginning of line 24. So it reads, may experience substantially greater adverse ozone-related effects.
Oh, okay, there.
Sorry, I was confusing myself.
Oh, well. Yeah. Okay, I did have, I got stuck on this when I reviewed it. It remains unclear wording at the beginning of the bullet, but I never came up with a better suggestion. So I don't know that it's worth changing. Yeah, I didn't come up with a better suggestion. So let's move on. Page 8, line 27 through, I guess it's through the figure that's shown on page 9. So it ends on line 6, but the point is the text is all on page 8 for that bullet. Okay, and I don't know, we're getting to the place where maybe we also need to think, I don't think we're ready to do that today, but if there's anything that should be added from our clarification to EPA's memo, probably somewhere in this section is where it belongs. But we're going to have to come back to that tomorrow, I think. All right, so page 9. We are on lines 8 through 17, and we should add similar to George's comment in the previous page. We should add adverse to the no effect threshold phrasing. So no adverse effect threshold. It's a minor change, but has important meaning difference. So that's between lines 12 and 13. Any other changes to the text here on pages 8 through 17, or excuse me, lines 8 through 17? All right, so now lines 19 through 20. Let's see, is that yes, lines 19 through 20 are Jim's dissenting opinion. So Jim, we will presumably keep that first sentence, one key sentence about whatever you want to distill from these points, and add a sentence that says something to the effect of, details are in the appendix, and then all of this will get moved to the appendix.
Okay, yep, I'll send that to you after the call's over.
Okay, and then lines 22 through 31 is the beginning of the response from the remainder of the CASAC members about what we want to say in rebuttal to that individual. And we're going to have to decide how we're going to frame that rebuttal, whether we're going to go point by point or whether we're going to just put a brief summary and just make it clear that that we are not providing a point by point rebuttal. So, Ed, you have a comment on that?
Yeah, when we previously discussed this in Jim's dissenting opinion earlier in the letter, we said that this rebuttal was going, I thought we said this rebuttal was going to go into the appendix.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
I
just want to be consistent.
Yes, it will also go in the appendix. And I guess what I was trying to say is we have to decide whether we're going to expand upon this in the appendix or whether we are going to, or we're going to leave it with just acknowledgement that it's not a comprehensive rebuttal. So that's what I think is not yet decided and needs some reflection, and I welcome input on that. It's a lot of new information today we've all gotten and are trying to absorb, so I don't want to push us to make decisions too fast, but I think we do have to decide if we're going to have details about the rebuttal that's beyond what's written here on lines 22 through 31. We should try to deliberate as much of that as possible in public tomorrow. However, we might meet my goal for today because we only have one more charge question left and in the consensus comments. So we have an awful lot left to do tomorrow, including revisiting consensus comments. We're on charge question number 3 of chapter 3, page 10, line 33. And we'll start with the section that goes all the way to page 11, line 9. Does anybody have any I had flagged a couple of things that I wanted to bring up. So I think we have consensus, and I guess I'm looking at you, Jim, to make sure that we all agree that the preponderance of epidemiologic findings related to ozone short-term respiratory effects were not adequately used in the current PA. And I think given your comments on the risk and exposure assessment, that's completely consistent with your point of view as well. I just wanted to verify that.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then the word on line 40, we say CASAC encourages the EPA to consider alternative and novel approaches for analyzing historic population-based epidemiologic data. I was wondering if we should strengthen that. I also wonder, given that they actually did a bunch of those analyses last time around, if I mean, the approaches could include using truncated distributions. Well, that was their cutoff analysis I mentioned earlier today. So some of this they've actually already done. So I don't know if we need to change this, but it was enlightening to me to look at that older work this morning and last night. Okay, I'm moving on to page 11, the text on the lines 11 through 24. Rick.
I was surprised that we didn't include climate change as one of the driving justifiers for changing the form standard and averaging time. I wonder if we should insert that here, given the importance and growing importance of climate and how it's really variable what's going to happen in the future.
Okay. Okay. Would you mind crafting a bullet that would do that?
Sure.
Would that be a short-term or a long-term standard?
Oh, your question, Jim, is to Rick?
Yes, I guess he was saying alternative forms. I mean, did he have something in mind he could share with us? I mean, is it a short-term or a long-term standard?
Sure. Well, I don't think we have a prediction, but this is just a recommendation for the future that we have to consider these different forms and averaging times and standards, given that, you know, ozone production season is growing over time. We're having warmer temperatures, more photochemistry. I think these are the kinds of things that need to be kind of in the back of our minds as new standards are being evaluated as we move forward. And this is purely a forward-looking recommendation to EPA to consider those long-term climate impacts that are going to change the way ozone is distributed across the country.
Yeah, and given its future research, I don't think we need to be too specific about short or long term. This is all future work, and so that does seem like a good suggestion, and not something we need to nail down too hard in terms of short and long term standards. George.
On line 16 and 17, maybe replace the word form, which occurs 3 times, with just standard. So it would read long-term standard in addition to the current daily standard, similar to daily and long-term standards for the PMNACs. Because, I mean, it's more than just the form we're talking about. It's form and values, etc.
Okay. All right, we'll get that. Thank you. Jim.
Yeah, I still had a comment on, right, the first bullet, 16 to 21, in that, you know, none of the health effects were determined to be causal for long-term ozone exposure. That's one comment. And then, you know, using the current form of the standard, if you look at the distributions, it actually does provide very good protection for long-term exposure by limiting the fourth high value. So I'm not sure if this is necessary, and I'm assuming that's why EPA did not include a long-term proposal in their standard, was because the current form of the standard really accounts for both.
Well, okay, so again, this is in the future research section. So, you know, the conclusion in the current review may not hold in the next review. And but I think that, and the evidence, I mean, partly because of the comments we just made, that Rick just made about climate change affecting things. So I think what we're trying to do is advise on things we think are important for the future, recognizing things may change, both the conclusions that were drawn as well as the climate. And so
okay, I'm fine with leaving it in that case. So we can just leave it.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure that we're clear on that. All right, we're down to additional research needs, line 26. given the time, maybe we'll go all the way to the end on page 12, line 11. Any changes? Oh, Jim, your hand's up. Is that new or is that old? Oh, Rick Peltier.
Or just a little wordsmithing, but I might rephrase mild, stable people with asthma to something else. To mean
Okay.
very differently.
People with mild, stable asthma. I agree. That was mine too.
Yeah, that's a wordsmith thing. Thank you. We'll get it in there. And you know, feel free to email any of those things. All right, anything else? All right, we have a few minutes left, so I want to step back because we have a ton of work to do in order to have a productive meeting tomorrow and to reach consensus. Aaron, I think you can stop sharing the screen now. So we have to reach consensus about the letter. That's what we normally do. We need to reach consensus about our response to EPA's request for clarification, which right now are my individual comments. And with that, I think we should be thinking about whether there's any text from that needs to go into the consensus comments and or the letter. And then the last thing we need to do is decide whether we want to elaborate further on the committee's rebuttal of the dissenting opinion that's going to be in the appendix. So there's a lot that ideally would be written down and shared. And then there's, of course, the things, mostly I think there's a few things in the chapter 3, but there's more in chapter 4 that we're going to have things that are going to be written down that we're going to look at first thing in the morning for the consensus comments. So there are a lot of things. And Aaron and I will do our best to try to follow up with people that have already been pegged to do certain tasks. Anybody who has bandwidth to work extra over the next few hours, I'd really like help with paring down my individual comments to be our consensus response. I know there's some summary text at the end that some people were concerned didn't belong in there. That probably needs to go out, although I think there's reasons to think about putting that in our consensus responses. And other things, there's some details that don't need to be in our consensus responses that can stay in my individual comments. So I welcome anyone who wants to work with me on that. And I won't put you on the spot, but I might hit you up if I don't hear too many volunteers, or maybe I'll just send you something. Yeah. Any other comments, questions, tasks, whatever for follow-up for tomorrow? Alexandra.
I hate to do this, Leanne, but could you go over that list of to-dos one more time, just so I can organize myself, at least in terms of what needs to be done by tomorrow? So we have to give our edits on the report, on the letter, and then think about which of our consensus responses need to be integrated into both of those documents, either or both.
The consensus responses from the request from clarification for our EPA.
Right.
Yes.
And we should consider including those in the report or the letter or both, or just the letter.
Well, I suppose I was assuming both. The thing about the report is it's usually more detailed and the letter is a distillation. So if it's a super important point, it belongs in the letter. If it's if it belongs in the letter, it probably at least that much text should be in the consensus response as well. Whether it gets elaborated on the consensus judgment call, we could put the same exact text in both. So,
and then there was the rebuttal part as well. So there's 4 kind of big tasks.
I know. I don't know.
Am I missing something? Say
no.
no.
You're not missing anything. It's terrible. It's way too much for us to be figuring out in 4 hours with and navigating across multiple documents. But we're going to do our best. I think that's what we're going to do. And I know Aaron already told me we couldn't have another meeting, but I think we might need one. But we'll do our best, and then we'll figure out how we can go from there. So I have not looked at my email if anybody sent me a note volunteering, but like I said, I'm looking for some help because it's a lot of work, and I appreciate the people who have already volunteered to work on various details. Some of which we should share. I think a lot of the changes to chapter 4 that we talked about early should probably be deliberated in public. Some of the things like that bullet that Rick Peltier was going to add probably doesn't need to be deliberated in public. Maybe some of the changes to chapter 3, since we went back and forth about some details, should be deliberated in public. We'll definitely need to deliberate on our response to EPA and any text that we think should go into the consensus responses and letters, and ideally the rebuttal to the dissenting opinion, if we can get that far. Aaron, did I miss anything?
Nope, I think you got it.
All right. I want to thank you, everybody, for all the enormous effort that you have put in, both in today's 4-hour meeting, but also many of us spent many hours over the past 4 days. Super helpful to see people step up, and I really appreciate it. And we'll be back at it again tomorrow. And I guess I turn it over to Aaron to
yes, so we can be recessed, and we'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time.
Thanks, Leanne.
Thank you.
Thanks.